March 9th, 2023. And I'm calling to order the council meeting. First order of business is to move into a closed session for property and advice of council. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, we are closed. In my office. Enter into our study session about community waste reduction strategies. Take it away, Luke.
Right. Hello. I know everyone couldn't sleep since last Friday and they wanted to talk more about the wonderful world of trash. So what we're going to do is I've just got some basic slides up here again that we can just go back and forth and reference if we need to. Just waiting for the Zoom to catch up. Here we go. And a lot of this will be, some of it will be repeats of just the kind of current state of the wonderful world of garbage. As we reviewed just on Friday, Summit County Integrated Solid Waste Management Master Plan from April of 2018 said, hey, the landfill's filling, and back then it had approximately 35 years left of life. Our rate of fill has increased. Again, you can tie it to the growth in the tourism economy since then. And about 80% of the stuff they estimated through that coming across the scales was recyclable materials, primarily from the commercial sector. They've also run a waste characterization study. This was in the summer of all the junk they were getting rid of, all the stuff that was coming through the landfill. And like I said, a waste characterization study is a fancy term for saying you open up all the bags, you reweigh all the bags after you segregate them into all of these different classes. And again, I can zoom in on those if you have questions. The city's also run our own waste characterization study for the Historic Park City Alliance area. We use those shared dumpsters to, again, understand what was going out of our trash. We did this in the summer as well. It was in August to give you that idea. And then with that study, we also concurrently ran a residential waste study as well. So like I said, nothing too shocking on there. These were they were your attachments in the exhibit. Attachment B in the staff report is the Park City version of this. I'll just jump through it again. We have some great partners, both resorts are driving this forward, but I really wanted to kind of get into this concept of how could we help drive more diversion of waste or stuff not going to the landfill. So what I did was I based this on the the Salt Lake City Code. And it's their multifamily non-residential solid waste and recycling services. Again, I can pull that up in a little bit if you really want to get into the code. You're going to see they're actually, you don't have to, again, worry about getting into the long of this, but it's broken into the same way: generator, hauler, special event. The reason I base it off of this too is I said, first of all, they're in Utah, right? Let's be honest about it. It's a code that's been successful. So our haulers are used to seeing it. Some of the major commercial businesses are used to seeing it. Some of even the special event operators, you could say, have seen this before. So it's nice to have a peer community that's had this in place since the 2016 or 2017. So there's some great learnings that we can have from them. So what I'm going to do is just run you through some of the sections here. And again, I just have these up so we can go back and reference them. The generator piece. So a waste generator is if you make garbage. The thought would be if you're a single family home or you're part of the county residential waste program, we're not going to worry about that, right? You're taken care of. You have recycling that is available to you to use. This concept is saying, hey, if you are a generator of waste of roughly that same bin, the residential bin that you have on a weekly basis, you have to contract with a hauler, a waste hauler, and again, we'll get into those in a bit, to provide recycling, green waste, and or food waste. We can add in glass, we can define recycling a little differently, but pretty much saying, we want you to offer a way, you could even just be cardboard, that is capable of diverting 50% of the stuff you're sending to the landfill. Self-hauled, I'll get into here in a second. That one's a little bit of an interesting nuance. And again, we can think of their ski resorts where they don't have dumpsters all over the place. They're hauling it back and forth. Or there are certain other folks that say, hey, I love doing all this, but we haul to Recycle Utah. And how do we just capture that side of it? And we said, all right, well, you can be just registered. You can be your own authorized hauler. That's what the concept of the self-haul place. You have to designate areas. So you have to say, you can't just say, yep, we're complying because we have the contract, but you have to actually have areas that are appropriate for the recycling, green waste, and or food waste. I'll just call it the diversion pieces. That can be used by the occupants, the businesses, the employees, that are as convenient as the waste, right? You can't say, well, our trash is right there on your way out. The recycling is on the far corner of the top part of the parking structure or something like that. You just want to, and again, there is some nuance there. It's just kind of the intent of, you want to say, you want to make your recycling or your diversion just as easy as you can for the waste. You have to sign it. You have to put signs up around it, right? Saying, hey, this is the recycling, this is your trash. We want to make sure that it conforms with our codes on the appearance of the collection containers in the area. We'll talk to planning about this too. It's just making sure that we make sure everything's kind of screened appropriately, that the containers are sometimes slightly differently. So that's just an area that we're just, if we decide to move ahead, we'd want to nail down, but I don't want to come in with a fully baked, appearance of recycling area code. But that would be the goal, say, hey, we still want it to look, have the same style of screening that we currently make some of the business areas comply with for their dumpsters. The other thing too is your recyclables have to go to or arrange the disposal of. So you can't just say, hey, we have a cardboard bin, but it just gets dumped in the trash and then it gets hauled the 3 mile lane. Right? You can't just have a bunch of bins and then you're still contracting, they all get dumped in the trash. So that's what F is on this one, is just saying, like, it needs to go to a place unless there's an emergency or there's something that's not normal, that, okay, hey, we had and this is a personal experience, cardboard bin full of stuff and a raccoon died in it. Ship it to the trash, right? That's an emergency situation. So again, you can actually get rid of those things. Ensure that your haul agreements. So you just have to, you have to have these hauler service agreements and a waste reduction plan. Again, I'll get into this because it was interesting reading through Salt Lake City's waste reduction plans. We're not talking a binder, we're talking a 1 page, maybe not even that, because your waste reduction plan has what you're getting rid of, right? Are you getting rid of trash and cardboard? Are you getting rid of trash and food waste? And who's providing that service? How often? Where are they located? Is that key piece. And your method could be as simple as, hey, we just inform everyone. We have a flyer that we put out or something along those lines. This isn't meant to be a wildly comprehensive plan. It's just kind of a one-stop shop to say, here's who we contract with, here's where the bins are, and this is what we're contracted to get rid of. And we just make people aware that we're trying to do this reduction. So that's a generator piece. I'll jump through the other two and then we can always, again, jump back. Haulers is actually a little bit more straightforward. These are your waste haulers. This is taken almost verbatim from the Salt Lake City code. So you just have authorized haulers. They're the only ones who can provide the hauling services within the city boundaries. They have to pay an authorized registration fee. This is, so again, some of the basic pieces. Deliver the recyclables, the green waste, the food waste to a facility that diverts more than that from a landfill. So our recycling right now gets loaded in a truck, hauled down to, it's called a MRF, a material recovery facility in Salt Lake City. It all gets sorted out. And in that recycling, there's going to be like a bag here or there, a rubber glove here or there. That can get shipped to the landfill, but just as long as the majority of the stuff isn't going to the landfill, right? If you say, hey, it's going to a recycling facility, let's make sure it actually goes to a recycling facility. Again, it makes sure the hauler doesn't just go pick up your recycling and haul it to the landfill and chuck it. That's the B and C. D, excuse me. It's also saying, hey, if you're collecting recyclables, make sure you're doing at least twice a month. And again, we could actually scale that back for shoulder seasons or not, but it's just saying, like, you can't just contract for recycling and then never pick it up. And again, you've seen Salt Lake City had that in there because there were a few bad actors that was going on. Properly provide appropriate signage for all containers. So if the hauler it's a lot of times you'll see like the Republic Services dumpsters up and down the street, just label them. That's what this one's asking. And again, service agreements and receipts, if we ever wanted to audit them, is someone saying, hey, they're picking up our recycling, but I see them drive to landfill every day. We can ask them to say, hey, prove that you're not, is the concept of F. And then G is what we want to do is say, hey, give us a report annually by weight. And we want to get that broken down by month, because then we can say, are we actually having an effect on this? Or is our numbers going up or numbers coming down? Special events, again, we'll fly through this one even quicker. It's just saying that you need to have recycling and food waste containers adjacent to your waste containers. And again, you actually should offer just as much or more ways to not send stuff to the landfill than just put it in the trash. Make sure everything's signed well. And then one of the concepts you were throwing out there is for these large events, you have to make sure you have a plan that your goal is to divert at least 80% of your event waste. And that includes everything from setup to teardown. And then you also, it goes back to the generator kind of waste plan of just showing, hey, we have records, we have a plan to reduce our waste as well. So high level, those are the three major concepts of this. Again, we can go back, we can also look at the waste characterization side. So when we published the packet, I sent it out to these groups on the screen. Some of them are actually, I know, here. We've also had some follow-up pieces, and I know you've also received some emails. Some of the feedback I have heard was Jenny and I were looking through the special events piece, and the concept would be maybe just make sure that all the small, even the small events, just at least have a waste diversion plan for it. Again, we could work with Recycle Utah or some of these smaller event partners. Maybe you don't have to hold them to the full diversion piece, but you could just say, hey, just have a plan on how you're going to reduce it. One of the questions was, hey, just make sure that the haulers will be able to meet, you know, if you go out and enact this tomorrow, make sure that they can meet the ramp up of volume and demand. The both haulers I've talked to said happy to do it, they can do it. Another thought would be like a shared food waste or glass area for small self-haulers. So again, I'm just going to use Recycle Utah or another example as a piece of. So imagine if you're a small business, you want to do a part of this. Could we have a small place that, let's say, just a locked little area that someone could go drop off food waste? Doesn't want to go out and contract for themselves, but they say, hey, we want to start doing glass, but we don't know if our volumes are enough. We want to. So this was just a concept of like, maybe we have a small area somewhere that would be in a public works area or something like that, that these small self-haulers could, you know, a small business that wants to do the right thing has a place to take it. And then also, like I said, just general resources. Like, is there a way that we could work with our partners at the chamber to have, you know, the waste reduction plan, like have a day that everyone crank these out, or have like, you know, you can go buy a sticker that says cardboard only or something along those lines. So that's the general feedback I've heard so far. But anyway, again, this is just up there so we can kind of just work through language or questions. Just want to hear your overall thoughts. Like I said, this is based very heavily off of Salt Lake City's code. The other concept I do want to throw out there though would be that if you said, hey, this is great, one other kind of nuance which I think would be important would actually be the timeline. I think you would actually want to go out and get the hauler, you know, let's say you passed an ordinance, the first group in my mind that you want to come into compliance would be the hauler. Because then you would have a list, you would have the authorized haulers, and then we would just post on our website, here's everyone who hauls stuff and here's the stuff they haul. And then as the generators and special events came through the door, they could say, who's out there? You know, who could I shop for? Hey, I want to rebid my trash contract. Oh, well, I could call Republic, I could call Ace, I could call X, Y, and Z. So I think the other thing too is not only think of this as it's in place and up and running, but I also think the timeline would be an interesting thing to figure out too. Of you pass the ordinance, let's say you have the haulers 90 days to come into compliance and the generators a year and a half to come into compliance. I just think that there's some benefit as well of as these pieces would fall into place to understand just kind of the staging of it too, because again, even the special event side, we could wrap it into the special event approval piece too. And the other thought too is, you know, when you'd like to hear more. So I'll stop talking there, and again, just turn it over to the conversation. I'd love to hear your thoughts on just the concept of a waste reduction ordinance.
Luke, just to follow up on the last comment in the feedback, resources for small generators. In Salt Lake's ordinance, is there an incentive for generators to group together? So I'm thinking, for example, of Main Street. Not everybody that's a generator on Main Street needs to have their own hauler and their own receptacles.
That's a great question, Mayor. So I talked to both Craig from Prospector Property Owners Association and Ginger as well from HPCA. And the thought would be the business district could fill all of this out. You know, we could almost have an umbrella concept, or if you're within a business district area, right? Even I think some of the resort-based parts might just make sense of being like, hey, there's, you know, because you have like, I'm going to pick on HPCA for 240-ish businesses, 280 businesses, right? that they could actually just say a part of HPCA is they help all these businesses comply, right? Of like, you want to be able to convert these things. So that's what we want to do is just, we're not going out and forcing and saying, how much cardboard are you getting rid of? And we're inspecting the trash at the gallery. It's more saying, do you have a place that you can send your cardboard? Do you have a place that you can send your food waste? So that's the concept for the small generators that are within a larger business district. I think we could actually just work with the business districts. I think truthfully, the intent is there or they're going there fairly quickly. I think and then for this other small generators, just like, hey, where do we get a cardboard sign? Hey, I want to be able to haul some of these things. So I think there's two different pieces there, but both business districts are good partners in this. And I think they're both trying to go that direction.
Right. Other questions?
I have a ton of questions, so you guys should probably go first.
I have a quick one, unless you want to.
Go.
So it just didn't come out real clearly. It all sounds great. My one reservation would be not to create a financial hardship on the commercial sector, given that we're also talking about this water rates conversation. And if we have to, I don't want to swing at them twice. Let's put it that way. So if there's not going to be a huge hardship, great. But if there is, we should probably talk about it.
Yeah, and I think we could talk to a few of there's a few businesses that would be willing to share that. Because the interesting thing is, I'd say there are quite a few businesses that I would say it wouldn't be a large threshold to make them kind of come into compliance side of it. But again, I'm happy to follow up with some of the businesses. Again, we've talked to both resorts on this. Park City Mountain has been able to more than double their diversion rate at a cost neutral because they've actually now looked at their waste bill, right? And I think it's just a concept of walking through that. But yeah, I agree on the hardship piece.
This doesn't apply to single family residential.
Correct. Now, it won't touch, if the easy way to do it is if you're underneath the Summit County residential contract, which some multifamilies are, not all, and all single family, you don't even worry about it.
And the rest, from multifamily, is the threshold still 96 gallons, or is it like 96 gallons per resident, or?
You could view it by per kind of trash account side of it, because a lot of those will have 4-yard dumpsters, which are the ones that you kind of see up and down the suite. So they won't really have, I think it would be impressive if a multifamily only had 196.
Right. So basically it would just apply to all multifamily then by default.
Correct.
Okay. And then do we always, the 50% threshold, are there times where actually more than 50% of what folks are sending to recycling ends up in the landfill, or is 50% like pretty conservative?
50%, it's just kind of give a little bit of wiggle room. So again, if you have a load that goes down to the material recovery facility, the MRF, it's just kind of saying, hey, it's a MRF is going to collect more than 50% of the stuff. Sometimes they have a slug of bad stuff that goes through, so we'll have to ship it out. But it's just saying that the intent of the facility it's going to is to not operate like a landfill, right? If you
Okay. Yeah, I was wondering, so it's about intent, because they may not have a market for 50% at any given time.
Correct.
It's about intent.
Yeah, it's just saying the intent of it.
Okay. Yeah, otherwise my reaction was kind of similar to Jeremy's, just we're looking at one thing in isolation, but just making sure it's not just, too big of a burden and understanding just what it is for compliance. But otherwise, yes, exciting.
Yeah, I really appreciate all the work you've done on this, because I know you guys have been doing lots of studies and really have been looking to work with partners in our community and get good feedback. I do agree with Nan that there needs to be a way to help coordinate maybe some area plans for reduction. I know, it's easy to think of Prospector and HPCA, they've got organizations in place and they coordinate. But I'm not sure about areas like Snow Creek and Holiday Village and, some of that strip of businesses down Park Ave. And to find a way to help them coordinate, I think would be really helpful also in terms of traffic and the different types of, because I know that, we have soil to spoil and recycling and everyone's coming through in a different vehicle, or people are using different haulers that can create a lot of, put a lot of extra cars on the road too. So any opportunity we have to coordinate, I think is going to be really important moving forward. But yeah, I think there's a lot of businesses that would be excited to have, because I think that a lot of people just, especially this time of year, and I can speak for some of the businesses I work with, Aloha and Bonhoff, my guys really want to do the right thing, but also they've been working all day and they're understaffed and they're like, okay, what do we do with all this cardboard? Are we going to make another cardboard run at the end of the day? Or are we just done for the day? And I don't know what happens sometimes at the end of the day. But I think if we can make it easy for them, they're happy to comply and help do it. But it's just, there's a lot of work.
it feels to me like the food waste piece is obviously the largest piece, right? And so. Yeah, I just think. I don't know, adding trucks and adding haulers, I think you're dead on the hauler piece. Like, we gotta figure out who the haulers are and how that. What that truck looks like, what that system looks like, because different size haulers for different parts of town. We have issues with our waste removal up at the resort center. Because we're not like invited into the Vail system, and so we have a number of food and beverage operations that just don't really have a lot of options. And so we're trying to build those, but we don't really have a hauler we can even call for them. Everybody wants
Vail
to,
could let them in.
yeah, revolutionary thought. But you know, like it's just. I think about the traffic piece and where we put food waste and what that smells like and where, waste is tough and you've dealt with it. I've worked here for a long time. I'm optimistic that I called a few property management companies in the base area today to talk about this and trying to come up with solutions and see if they could get their visitors to kind of just trickle in to actually putting food waste in a different bin and got unanimous support, so I think people are ready.
All right, you ready?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, so one of the biggest concerns I have is this idea of having all these designated areas. So rents are really high on Main Street and people's occupancy, people are maximizing most of their space. And so like, I'm just thinking through like, you're going to have a bathroom where you're going to have like different bins in a bathroom. You're going to have a kitchen where you're going to have like 3 or 4 different bins in a kitchen. And then you're going to go down to a dish station and then you're going to have that same sort of thing happening. So I'm just trying to think through like, how do we make it easy for people so they don't lose occupancy because we have to have our designated bins that look the same and signs that look the same when people are like, paying $30,000 a month for rents. So I just want to make sure we really think through that piece of it. Because we don't have a ton of extra space. It is so easy for me to recycle in the summer. It is great. There's bins outside right now. I can't tell you where the bins are because we shoveled our roof and I didn't shovel it. Someone else did. And those bins are now missing. So I'm just like the summer months, I think it's like easy, gets done. And then the winter comes and it's like, where are we going to put this? Because the recycler guy only comes a couple times a week, unless it's cardboard. So that is going to be we're going to have to think through like for Main Street, like my other big question is, are we going to do food waste on Main Street with some sort of like that chompy thing we saw? Because I think you and I've had this conversation before. The Summit County Health Department is not going to let food waste sit inside of a restaurant at night. Like that stuff has to go out every single night. But then what are we going to do? Just like put it behind a business, so I just want to make sure we're thinking about it. Because then if we put it behind a business and they don't pick up every day, then once again, someone shovels the roof and I don't know where it is. I'll find it in the spring. So I'm just trying to think through, like, we're going to have to be very robust in having our own spaces in these districts. And Becca's right. Like if you're not in a district, what do you do if you're a restaurant that is like your standalone restaurant and is that going to be a cost of putting it outside and are picking up? So just trying to think through all those. I'm a proponent of this, but like we said, we don't want it to be a big cost. And then, like I said, the bathroom one is interesting to me. Like, I really don't understand how you recycle in the bathroom, but we'll work through that one.
Yeah, and so really quick, let me take those.
Okay, sorry.
Some of the bathroom. Well, I'll hit the bathroom one actually up front. So this wouldn't deal with the publicly facing bins or anything like that. This is more of a backup house for the commercial side. I think this is what gets picked up from your trash and that side of it, right? So like we're not saying if you have a trash can in your bathroom, you need a recycling can directly next to it. We're saying if you have a trash dumpster outside, we'd like some type of recycling and or cardboard near it or part of that concept. Okay, so it's not the front of house side, it's more of the back outside. The tight space piece, I 100% hear you on that. We took a tour of River Horse, does a ton of stuff, and also I'll say the one of the sushi restaurants on Main Street, because I'll say the wrong one by accident.
Yeah.
Same thing, and they've started looking at some of their systems, right, of saying, hey, if this is a prep line. And again, yeah, you have to relook at systems, I 100% admit that, but they about both said it's been, now that they've figured it out, it's smooth running, right? So they have, like, even their glass collection at River Horse was a pretty, again, it's like, wow, it's in a different spot. But again, I think it's just, I fully admit this will have impact because, you know, you don't have huge, you know, spacious dish pits as it is. But I think the other thing too is that's why we want to look at it, especially for, and I'd even say the Main Street district's even trickier because they are, you know, your built lot line wetland, and that's what the main drive of the HPC, creating the HPCA was to help manage through the waste issue too. So I think that's the thought would be to co-develop, to say, all right, if this was in place tomorrow, what issues would we create, right? Then you kind of work through it and say, you know, going with the intent of it of like, just how can we ship less stuff to the landfill? That I think, you know, talking to both main districts, I think they're actually saying this is great because waste never gets thought of, and they're like, this is kind of a good time to rethink of it. The food waste piece, it's gotten brought up a few times, and the world of food waste is changing quickly. To address the chompy concept, I wouldn't suggest ever putting any of those near Main Street. I used to actually operate a smaller version of one of those in Colorado, and it's a science experiment. Because of the volume that's generated, we need compactors, and we need to get those compactors swapped out every single day.
Yeah.
The other thing on the waste piece too that we're looking at trying to relieve, and this is more of a heads up, landfill's closed on Sunday. We're trying to work with the county right now to say we should probably open landfill on Sundays because it's pretty crazy to think that stuff's gonna be hauled. But for food waste, because it is such a big stinky pile mess, we would want to get that bin hauled daily. And there's currently one place that can get hauled. There's a few that are on the near term horizon that are getting built as well. So I should have other places to haul that too. So food waste side, 100% agreed. The choppy is that you'd overwhelm, one place would overwhelm it, and like,
Okay, so it would just have to be picked up daily.
yeah, haul it out just like we do currently with the trash.
Okay, and then would that, so like, as we learned last week, we were talking about there's only 2 types of plastic that actually can go. So are we going to be looking for haulers that do other kinds of plastic and glass?
Yeah, and again, the goal is just to have that intent, right? So there's currently one glass hauler, potentially another one that's out there. So you could, and that's why I left it very broad of like the and/or concept, right? Of just saying, hey, if you have food waste, and truthfully, like cardboard's a big issue for landfill, as we discussed last week. You know, those two would tackle quite a bit. When you looked at sorry, I'm just going to jump up here to the HPCA. When you look at what's actually in the garbage, there actually wasn't that much recyclables, which is a good thing to show. It shows that actually, hey, that system, that even though we refer to the system design in 2007 as not being able to handle the volume, this is actually showing it's fairly effective though. I mean, this was, and again, it says in the report where we collected it from, but I mean,
I think it was in August. Yeah,
it was in August, but you look at it, right, of like, the little bit of cardboard, some glass bottles, and a recyclable container. Everything else is food waste, right? So the thought would be, if we work together like we currently are to develop a good food waste system, boom, hey, that all of a sudden, you're going to see the HPCA trash amount drop, and especially because we have the volume, we can now go negotiate that, right? Trash is something we have to take care of forever. Food waste through these anaerobic digesters has a value. So now all of a sudden we can go negotiate that with that volume.
So, and I like that we're just taking little chunks of it. Because my other part on here was like, what about housekeeping waste? I mean, I'm sure that's like a huge problem that goes into the landfill, but it is so, you know, a lot of that is like toxic and I don't know, and I don't know anything about housekeeping waste, but that was just something I was thinking of when we're thinking of Main Street. Is like, there are hotels, you know, or even like the end of the night, like, what are we doing with cleaning towels? Like, a lot of the stuff is like, you know, got chemicals on it, and we clean our stoves out with like this really toxic chemical stuff. You know, like, people are using very heavy chemicals, and so I just wondered, like, is there anything that Salt Lake is doing on like the housekeeping portion of that, or cleaning, like when you're cleaning your business? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I can double check with the team down there. We know them fairly well on that, but I can follow up on the cleaning supplies.
Okay, and then what is your timeline on like how, because like, is this like if we put this in place, we would give people a year, or we just don't know yet? Or-
That's the fun thing about this, is that's my question is, what would you like?
Okay. And then, this is just a philosophical question, but, I've actually talked to Recycle Utah board about it too, but I would also love for us, it's not really a government, I don't really think it's like a government's responsibility to say this, but maybe Recycling Utah can, but it'd be great if there was a campaign on just reducing consumption and like not creating so much waste, like how much waste, how many puppy jackets do we all really need? So anyway, just that's my soapbox of maybe everyone could just stop ordering on Amazon. So there you go. All right.
Does this program require the businesses to actually separate and recycle at all, or is it simply that you have to have a contract with a hauler and you have to create space, but does it regulate how you separate?
To compare and contrast this to San Francisco. San Francisco is, they will open up your bag and make sure you're not throwing stuff out. Salt Lake City is, you gotta have a good place to throw it. So. I figured you didn't want that one. Cause I don't wanna go dig through.
Yeah, well.
And then, I'm sorry, would we add more bins to our own street? Like, cause I know right now we have a recycling bin and like a trash bin on some places, but like, would we wanna do our own food city ones we pick up?
I don't think so yet. The reason is because right now it's hard to get people to, they literally have to read when they put it in, they still don't. So I don't think that there's enough food waste generated on Main Street. I think it's wrappers, stuff like that, and I got my Aquafina bottle or check. Or my whatever other else.
Yeah.
Not if there was a refillable water station.
Any other questions or comments on this?
So.
Do you need an answer from us?
Yeah, well, I think just, this is why we did it kind of like more of the laid back, study session concept would be, you give me some great thoughts and feedback on that. I think the thought would be, what additional information would you want? Or, I'm meeting with a lot of the folks, and as you can see, there's a lot of these folks in this room, discussing this. And the thought would be, what do you want to see if we were to return with this? We could nail down some of the code updates. I didn't want to come with a full baked, code proposal. I just want to know overall, what do you think of it? And then, timelines of it. I know you talked about the water rate impacts and those other things. So it's just more of just hearing your quick thoughts on that. And we have about 5 minutes. So.
I would like to have some stakeholder meetings with the commercial, our commercial stakeholders.
Mhm.
I mean, and then, before we really get too deep into it.
Yeah. I mean, I think that, I think the hard part is that you have to start now to get things rolling. So as far as the timeline of implementation, if you can start getting your hauler, like, I think it's a great concept. I'd love to move forward with it and start putting the pieces together now, because I know to get this fully enacted is going to take maybe a year or two, even before, maybe we can put the code in place and give people some time to come into compliance with it as well. And then also to be able to work with the chamber, and maybe we can do things like do group buys for compact, food composting bins or whatever they are. I know, like, when you join Soil to Spoil, they just give you the bin and the other thing when you sign up, so that you're kind of ready to go. But I'm guessing, restaurants might need something a little bit bigger than that. So any opportunity we have to work and create some groups to work together, if it's restaurants or retailers or whatever.
So really quick, you brought up a really interesting strategic concept too. So you could actually just adopt, we could just update the special event code, right? And say, hey, big events, again, we could set 3, 4s, and 5, or 4 and 5s. Again, I can get you the list of what those would be. You need to have a waste diversion plan, you need to be 80% by a year or 2 years, 3 years, whatever. You just need to show the intent of going there. So we could just do that. You could just implement to haul waste and all the other things in this community, you have to be an authorized hauler. Or we could say, we pass the ordinance with all 3 pieces, then you just have different implementation dates within that. Any preferences on which way to go on that, or no?
All 3 pieces, implementation dates with priorities to, exactly your ladder that you just spelled out. And it would be exactly what you just said. Special events start, applying first. Your haulers are right in there with them, because then you have your approved hauler list. And then that helps inform those businesses and let's get moving because as you well know, we're a little bit behind some communities and we're ahead of others, but it's time. It's time if we want to be leaders in this world, and we've been touting ourselves as such, we need to get started.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How
those
long did it
phases.
take Salt Lake to implement, like, once they got the idea?
It was fairly quickly. I think they gave a year to come to compliance, but it was a pretty quick move. I can go back. I'll talk to Debbie about it. It was done, they said 7 years ago or so. But I'll find the full debate, but it was the same thing. They took the ordinance from someone else. So
I mean, I'm sure that you have already thought through that, but like probably just looking at how they did it, like how did they implement with, making, because I'm sure the businesses there have the same concerns that ours will.
Do they have information on how much space in their landfills they've saved since implementing their program?
I will double check. So the interesting thing
Would you
is Salt Lake City hauls all their residential waste too, so they're different. They're a bigger beast in this realm. But yeah, I'll follow with them and get that information.
Are we okay with the timeline that's kind of been laid out here? Anna, are you okay?
Yeah, I think we probably need to either have you come to April meetings for HPCA restaurant lodging chamber,
Yeah.
probably as quickly as possible.
Anything else? Thank you.
Good work.
Yeah,
Okay,
thank
yeah.
you.
Let's move back up front.
I know I'm watching. I don't know. Like 2 nights in a row being here. That's like, oh yeah. But I stopped watching.
Portion and start with affordable housing development updates for 1875 Homestake Road. Welcome, everyone.
Good afternoon, council. Jason Glidden, Housing Development Manager. Yeah, we're here to talk and give an update, an informational update on the Homestake affordable housing project. We're trying to keep this fairly short. We have 45 minutes. We want to make sure we leave enough time for discussion. So I will turn it over to Rory to start the presentation.
Thanks, Jason. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. Thank you for granting us some time this afternoon. We appreciate the privilege. I'm here with Jason Chimso-Nwegbu with Wow Atelier and Ryan Davis with Jay Fisher. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank Peter Tomei for all the work he's done on behalf of the project for both the city and for us. The first piece of exciting news we have for you tonight is we've decided on a name, and that is the Engine House. This is both a nod to the historic use of the site as a railroad switching yard and its future use as the economic engine of employees that will keep Park City functioning well into the future. Chimso and his team have been hard at work and have largely completed the design development stage of the architecture and are moving into construction drawings. He's going to show and discuss some of the overall design images and design themes and design elements that his team has incorporated into the project.
Thank you. As Rory said, it's a privilege to be sitting here presenting the first large-scale affordable housing project in Park City, especially because I remember 24 years ago, I think, seems not sure it can be that long, but one of my first projects in Park City dealt with SROs for ski employees, and it's still a need for affordable housing in the community. I'm also very proud to be on Rory's team, as I'm sure I've worked with him for over a decade, and you guys are aware longer than that. He's always gone above and beyond developing projects that enhance Park City. With these goals and the chance to create a project which adds to Park City in an authentic way, our team began our journey by reaching out to Dalton and the Park City Museum and digging through records to determine the history of the site, immediately followed by, as we do with all of our projects, defining a project narrative. For this project, we landed on Park City is filled with echoes from the past, always surrounded by its rich history. Underpinnings of Utah's success were the inexpensive coal available to fuel Salt Lake and the mining industry. This was some of the beginnings, along with mining, of community in Park City. The Engine House is deeply rooted in the community and will be an extension of the neighborhood. This site is literally the epicenter of a major intersection. Coal that provided fuel and silver started its journey via train to the markets in Salt Lake City right here. The history of industry, people, and enterprise that occupy this site acts as the driving force behind our creative strategy. A community reflective of its industrial and historic past is what makes Park City what it is today. As with a lot of Park City, mining and the railroads played a significant role in history, but perhaps dissimilar from a lot of Park City, this particular site has a strong correlation to the coal industry and specifically the ability of both Park City and Salt Lake City to thrive. Several railroad companies over the course of decades traversed through Summit County. This site became one of, if not the only switching yards where tracks and lines were able to pass each other. The triangular shape of the site was created in response to the railroad switching Y. And the engine house was also placed at this location. The engine house served as a locomotive garage repair site, which kept the train running, and in turn, coal and other mining minerals moving, thus powering the cities and economies. Fast forward to today, the configuration of the site remains, and the surrounding areas are a hub for the identity as well as fuel for an authentic Park City. Our goal is to create a project which adds to the community and neighborhood and furthers the notion of the engine house of the community. The addition of this project will benefit all members of Park City. As our plans develop, our goal is to hone in on a design which incorporates what Park City represents and what residents would love. To that end, I wanted to share with you both our creative strategy, how we attack the process of design, as well as some of our current thoughts relative to the parts and pieces we're working to synthesize into the whole. Our design avatars are the Daredevil and Mindful Millennial. Each of these avatars brings a separate feel and vibe, which will contribute to not only the look and feel of the project, but as importantly, the programmatic soul of the place. The Daredevil brings the sense of adventure and accomplishment, resonating in pops of color and spaces to challenge one physically. This is balanced against the Mindful Millennial by adding a touch of sophistication, warm and natural tones, and spaces to relax and rejuvenate. As the concepts of the avatars took form, this lends itself to a suite of amenities ranging from bike storage and repair, ski storage, dog washes, and dog runs. Also anticipated are co-working spaces, areas for kids to enjoy and learn, and an oversized lobby for gathering and community building within the project. As far as the specifics of the design, the prior mood boards serve as guidelines to influence the work as we move from design development and construction documents. The overall layout remains the same as our prior presentation, with meeting all the requirements of the LMC. We position the building to be able to maximize passive solar exposures and are consistently working with the sustainability department to reduce energy consumption as low as possible, currently sitting around 50% of typical energy usage for multifamily buildings. Each of our floor plates are stacked, and additionally, the top floor steps back a minimum of 10 feet and several stories to the northwest corner. This is where it currently stands right now from a big picture perspective.
Thank you, Jim. So we are very pleased to report that we received a unanimous Planning Commission approval for the project. We proposed no variances from the Land Management Code and in fact did not pursue an allowed for parking reduction due to concerns raised by commissioners and neighbors regarding our parking. The project is parked as if it were a market rate project and exceeds the parking requirement for a market rate project. Although this did add tremendous cost in an effort to appease the Planning Commission and the neighbors, we agreed to exceed the full parking requirement of the Land Management Code. In addition, we added a high volume secured bike storage area, electric vehicle charging stations, and additional conduit, a car share program, a keypad controlled access garage with numbered stalls. There were concerns raised by the Planning Commission regarding the substation and the EMFs. And I realize we've covered this ground before, but we've got some information that we feel is important to share. It's mostly the questions were raised, we feel mostly due to a lack of reliable information on the subject. We are very, very pleased to tell you that after months of searching, we found the holy grail of EMF research and regulation. There are two primary organizations that set national and international safety standards for EMFs, one being the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, or the IEEE, and the other being the International Commission on Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection, which is the ICN-ARP. We had the good fortune, after scouring academia for months, to be put in contact with a man named Richard Tell, who is one of the world's foremost authorities on EMFs. Mr. Tell has 50 years of experience, including 20 years as the chief of the EPA's electromagnetics branch, and he is a permanent fellow with the IEEE. According to Mr. Tell, the recommended limits of exposure for the general public for 60 hertz electric and magnetic fields, which is what that substation is, are 5,000 volts per meter for electric fields and 2,000 milligauss for magnetic fields. These are half of what they believe the health standards to be, and they do that to be on the safe side. Of the 3 EMF reports we generated, the December readings for volts per meter were very incongruent, and it turns out that a series of 5G repeaters were placed on the site at the top of the telephone poles. You can go there and see them. They are white rectangular boxes, and they throw off tremendous amounts of volts per meter. When we calibrated the findings to a 60 hertz standard, which is what the substations is calibrated at, our highest readings were made at the fence line, obviously closest to that substation. That location discounts additional distance to the building itself, the interference of the planned 412-foot separating wall, and the walls of the building itself. The highest 60 hertz readings were respectively 15.6 milligauss, or less than 0.1% of the recommended limit, and 553 volts per meter, which is 11% of the recommended limit. And again, bear in mind, this was done right at the fence, right at the source. According to Mr. Tell, we do not have any concerns regarding EMFs, and our readings are well below any possible harmful levels. Just as a note, it should be understood there are currently 217 substations in New York City alone. And PacifiCorp gave us data from the Gateway substation that they have in Salt Lake City that has residential buildings within 10 feet of the actual substation itself. At our closest, we are 22.5 feet. In addition, we took EMF readings on Main Street just to kind of see what the background was. And these readings in places exceeded our maximum readings adjacent to the substation, specifically at the 8th Street Park Avenue intersection, where the transmission lines go over that little park. EMFs are, whether we like it or not, they're part of our daily life, and there is no danger to the public regarding the readings we have at the site. Another issue that the Planning Commission was concerned about was the number of individuals per bedroom. The statement was that Park City is unique, and we would find ourselves with higher occupancies than other areas of the state. While our internal management controls would absolutely prevent such an occurrence from happening, it needs to be noted that after extensive conversations with Mountain Lands Community Housing, which is the foremost authority on affordable housing in the Park City area, the actual figure is almost exactly 1 person per bedroom. So the concerns regarding occupancy are unfounded based on the research we did. Although we occasionally read news horror stories of the 12 Argentinians in one cramped, 1-bedroom apartment, please be assured under no circumstances will the controls and technologies planned for this building allow that to occur. On the very challenging financial front, we have secured significant state of Utah private activity bonds in the realm of tens of millions of dollars. We've received Olin Walker housing loan grants and are very close to realizing federal low-income tax credits. And that's Ryan's very, very hard work. Financing continues to be the crucible area we are working on, and the recent rise in federal rates has created considerable challenges for us. We will continue to monitor this and will pursue solutions to ensure the success of this project. We are anticipating an early May construction site with the first phase being carried out by the city, and that being the soil remediation that's required to environmentally secure the site. Although we have been spared the worst of the Prospector area tailings concerns, we do have residual contaminated material that was likely dropped off of trains or spilled when loading cars. Generally speaking, we plan to remove about 2 to 3 feet of contaminated material, mostly regarding lead concerns, using on-site XRF personnel to maximize the efficiency of the work. The loads will be transported to an approved disposal site, likely Tooele, and once we have completed that phase, then we will start on the actual excavation of the site. We continue to work on the ground lease with the staff and are very close to completing that and bringing something before the council. Our next appearance will be in front of the Planning Commission to ratify the development agreement, God willing. That is a highly condensed version of the work that has been accomplished over the last 6 months. And we are very pleased to be poised to deliver this much needed affordable housing to the Park City community in the very near future. Thank you very much for your time. We're available for any questions you have.
Thank you, Rory. Could you please put the rendering of what the building is going to look like back up?
Sure.
There. The plaza looked beautiful, and I just wanted to see, does it cut through, or does the building meet as a V?
It does.
It does, it meets as a V.
Okay, so that plaza then would be for the use of people that live there?
Or people in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll have kids stuff out there, and it'll be a green space. So kind of a play area for the kids.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Council, what other questions do you have? None? You have one, Max?
I think it's pretty standard, but in the initial or some of the steps through the development agreement, which I think you still need to go before Planning Commission for that, correct?
We do.
All right. There's some language in there that mentions like minor modifications. I'm sure that'll get a little bit more clarified in terms of what those minor modifications are during the Planning Commission process. Is that right?
I think it's standard language.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, happy to make that as specific as you'd like.
Nothing else? Okay. Anna, you were worried about the EMFs. Do you have any questions or about that?
Yeah, so thanks for putting this together. I think you guys have done quite a bit of what the Planning Commission asked, and then also some of my questions as well, and made it really easy for the public to read. I just wanted to talk about what those readings might look like once we have a higher amount of power going into that substation, which is going to, I believe, go to about 135. So where would our EMF stand at that point?
I'm not sure the answer to that, Tana. Or council person, my apologies. Yeah. I think that if you'd like, we can, PacifiCorp has offered to appear in front of this council in this regard. This isn't their first rodeo with EMFs, and they're happy to answer any questions. They put together a team subsequent to the studies we did. They wanted to do their own study. We did not include that because we thought that it might be looked at as, from their perspective, but their guys are very good. They have their main electrical engineer, and they're just very sharp. And so if you would like us to arrange that, we're happy to do.
I mean, I personally would. Obviously, I'm one counselor, but it's up to you guys.
What about the rest of you? Would you like to see that? Yeah. Okay. Yes, please.
Okay, we will do
And
that.
I can send some other questions with that.
Okay.
I did have a question. I don't recall hearing about your lobby space before. Can you talk through that lobby space? Maybe you can go back to the slide. How many square footage is it? What is it? Is it a game room? Can you talk a little bit more about that?
maybe I skipped it. I just don't remember the lobby being that kind of like a gathering space.
Well, yeah, it's a gathering space more, it's for the residents, not necessarily, it's not a community gathering space.
Right. No, I get it.
Yeah.
I've lived in some apartment buildings and some have been really cool and had great gathering space and some have been like literally a computer with a printer. So
Right.
maybe you can go back to it and just give us a little more information.
Sure. I mean, we're obviously still in the process of design and haven't, figured out exactly what's down there, but, basically because of the shape of the site and the shape of the building, and you can sort of see I'm not sure if my mouse shows up. It creates this inside triangle space. It ends up being about a 2,000 square foot lobby space. So, the idea is we'll have some seating spaces in there, fireplace, maybe a, business center or some other things, but it's a much larger than normal lobby space partly because of the configuration of the building. But we imagine that as sort of being the hub of the building itself and having plenty of space for people who live there to gather and, enjoy each other's company.
And I think I've asked this before, or I've asked our team before. So I understand. I lived in an apartment in downtown Denver. We had one car space for one apartment, and it was told to us that was all that you could have. Is that the case here? Just so it's on the record, like everybody gets one spot, and then it's just like go for it. Or how are you going to communicate to people that there might be 3 people living in a 3-bedroom, but only one of you gets a parking spot?
So every unit will have one dedicated parking spot, and that's pretty standard for a lot of projects. So the unit will have a dedicated number and a dedicated stall. So it's not as if you have to find the vacant stall in the parking garage. And that's fairly consistent. We do have 7 3-bedrooms here, but the majority of our units are 1s and 2 bedrooms. We have, I believe, 4 extra stalls, or 5 extra stalls underground, above the 1 dedicated units. And we have the ability to use those, as needed. And we have 12 surface stalls, and that'll accommodate, employees, visitors, a ride share and a car share.
Okay. And then, so Jason, this is go more to you. So at that point, those roads right now are just open for anyone to park. It's already a giant mess. So can you maybe talk through some strategic planning the city is talking about of what we would do once we complete the streets and how we can prevent an extreme overflow of second car owners?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. We've been actually working with parking services to take a look at that area, not just the street, the entire area, and look to maybe create an overlay that's very similar to what you see in the Old Town area, where, it allows for resident permits for residents to come and park for extended periods of time. I think not to exceed maybe 72 hours at a time, but and then it would allow for short-term parking for folks that are maybe coming into the area just to visit, whether that be to visit, a residential area or to visit some of the local businesses. So we'll be looking to establish that. We want to pilot that program. We're hoping to maybe kick that off this summer a little bit, just to test it, to see how it works out before we go into the redesign of Homestake. And then it was anticipated that once that reconstruction of Homestake is completed, that would be the program in place.
Just remind me, there will be an additional couple bus stops on Homestake, or just one, or no? You wouldn't be walking all the way to Albert.
I'm not aware that there's any bus stops going into Homestake, but I would have to push that question to transit. I believe that the bus stops still are at the ends, right at the end on Kearns and on.
Okay, so there won't be a bus going down Homestake Road.
No, there will not. But the design for Homestake Road includes new sidewalks on both sides, including on the east side. I believe that is 12-foot sidewalks. So very large for multi-purpose transportation walkability, increased walkability. So,
Jeremy?
Let's see. All right. So the substation, we're going to have affordable units and market rate units facing it, or just affordable?
We will have a dispersed mix. There's no, we cannot discriminate against where unit placements exist. So it'll be evenly dispersed throughout the project.
So there will be market rate units facing it?
Correct.
Okay. The marketing stuff looks great. What first came to mind is when you see pictures of food, and then you get it and it doesn't look like the picture. So, I mean, it's good stuff. There's just nowhere to put all that, right? So having it be realistic would be helpful when this comes back, is saying like, here's exactly what we're delivering. And to that note, bigger picture, would like a little more information on the sustainability aspect of the project. I saw there's some reference to EV charging, exactly how that's going to work, wired for 20, only 2, but assigned spots. That green space, we're going to be discussing a water-wise ordinance tonight. So just unfortunate timing there that's high up on the radar, but an important thing nonetheless. So just globally, the sustainability practices would be helpful in the next discussion. Also, the parking attachment we had language that said a lot of things were anticipated to be a certain way. So, you know, again, when I read that, I think like, okay, it's informational, but don't count on it because it's not committed, right? So as we proceed, I'd like that to get tighter.
And we were happy to include this as a ground lease amendment, or ground lease amendment, exhibit to the ground lease, so that it's defined as part of the project.
So it can become.
And we can take out the anticipated language then.
Okay, good. And then lastly, the cost is sort of, that's the elephant in the room in my mind. When this first came, I didn't feel very clear on what the city contribution would be. People said, oh, it'll be the soil remediation. That's in the MOU. I was like, okay, I don't know how much that is though. Then we got some information to frame that up. And now reading the report, there's numbers all over the place that get up 8 million, 10 million, instead of like the 1 or 2 that for some reason I had in my head. So, you know, I'd like a deeper conversation on the cost. It makes it hard to say I'm supportive or not supportive when I don't feel like I have the information to render that opinion. I mean, if it were free, I'd be like, sure, yeah, this looks like great and we should keep going down the path. But the value in there needs to be discussed because there's a lot of other competing interests on the table. And depending how big that number gets, might change things in my mind anyway.
I would just say to that, just to make a comment of that, is that, you know, it depends on whether or not you're including the cost that the city paid for the land. And I know you and I have had conversations on whether or not that should be included or not.
I'm not.
I'm sorry?
No, I'm not.
You're not including the land price? Okay.
No, just there's a bunch of other stuff throughout the report where it has numbers associated to it. Like if we do this, it's 1 to 2 million. If we do that, it's 1.5 to 2.5. So having that all in one place and having a real pointed conversation around cost would be helpful to be able to render a true opinion.
Ryan, I didn't mean to skip you. I'm sorry.
No, quite all right. I mean, obviously, as a liaison to the project with Becca, we've had a chance to ask a lot of questions, and so I was really interested to hear what we'd see. We'd hear from the rest of the council. I commend the work you've done on EMFs. I mean, it's a tough, it's tough sledding. You're sort of trying to prove a negative. There's not a standard. There's a study in 1979. That's tough sledding, but I appreciate the depth of information. I hadn't seen a lot of it until it came into the report. So I was pretty satisfied by that on the EMF issue. That's it. Satisfied with where we are.
Becca?
Yeah.
I would also appreciate you guys all for all the work you've done. I know that have been searching high and low for the best information you can get on electromagnetic fields, and just because that there hasn't been shown to have any effect on human health, it makes it much harder for you. But you guys have really searched and gone to the last mile to get that information. And I just would like to say that I'm kind of surprised. We went through all that work to put the affordable housing MPD in place and to get hire third party, someone to come in and to do the work for us, to put that together for us. And then on one of the best locations to have affordable housing with access to transit on both ends, right next to a grocery store, right below the resort, that we didn't choose to reduce parking at all, knowing that this is one of the greatest costs, especially since there are 28 single bedrooms, and understanding now that the average number of people per bedroom is 1, it just seems like there were probably a handful of people that might have been able to get by without a car. So I don't know if we have a I appreciate all the work that the planning commission did. I know that they went through this with a fine tooth comb and they really looked at every possible angle on this and asked a lot of really good questions about transit and bike storage and things like that. But it does somewhat perplex me that they didn't recommend any reductions in parking for this project. And I hope that we can have a further discussion about parking in the AMPD and somehow codify some sort of parking reduction, because this is really an excellent example of a place where there shouldn't be so much parking, and it's at such a high cost to this project, and a project that's also, kind of trying to go above and beyond and meeting our expectations in this community, which are very high. It mystifies me a little bit.
Anything else? This is notice for public input, so those of you joining us online, welcome. And if you'd go ahead and put your hand up if you'd like to make a comment, but we'll start here in the chambers. Is there anyone here that would like to make a comment on this project? Hello, John.
Hello. See, I don't have prepared comments. I have a lot of chicken scratch. I just want to say, unlike the park and ride, this is a project you need to get right the first time because it's a forever project. For example, if the substation needs to be moved, move the substation, have that conversation. And for example, more importantly, as importantly, or more importantly, however everybody feels, I just want to explore a little bit about the different units that are in the building. 107 out of the 123 units, which is 87%, are either 60% AMI or market rate units, which means that 4% are, it turns out 4% of the units are 40% AMI and 9% are 50% AMI. As far as I'm concerned, and I think a lot of people might agree, 4% is a token amount of units. This is really a project that is for, most of them are 60% AMI, and the other, that's 67% of the units. 20% are market. And so I think the risk and danger of public-private projects is the public resources being exploited for private profit. That being said, I'd appreciate the council considering putting in, I don't know how, because this is how the project pencils, right, is with these numbers. So if there was just more finances that could go to lowering the AMI, I'd like the city to have that conversation, because whoever's in the housing wins the lottery, no matter who gets in there. And so I think the point of having that conversation was to look into expanding the pool of opportunity for people in this community. And that's where I'm at right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any hands up online?
No hands raised, Mayor.
Okay, anyone else here? Hi, Megan.
Good afternoon. Megan McKenna, housing advocate for the Housing Resource Center at Mountain Lands. We are very supportive of this project. We've been working with the developer and we've talked a lot with the city throughout the planning process. And oftentimes we really have to weigh the community benefit of a development. And this is one of those that it was very easy to support from the beginning. And so I just want to reiterate my support for the project as I did in the planning commission phase. But something I wanted to mention, and this just happened this week, we had a homeless employee from our community come into Mountain Lands this week and looking for resources, of course, which is what we're there for. And we were happy to help the best we can. But unfortunately, we don't have a lot to offer, and this happens often. And so my partner, Angelica, went through the process through all the different lists of affordable rentals in our community, and it's quite a bit. And they have to put their names on a wait list for each one of those affordable rentals. And They are about 2 years out, each one. So we had the unfortunate conversation with this individual who works here in our community full-time, currently living in their vehicle, that in 2 years, something may open up. There is a serious need for affordable rentals in this community. I think that survey that we looked at the retreat the other day really highlighted the need, and I appreciate your continued support in addressing this critical need in our community. And I think this development is a good way to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any hands yet?
No hands, Mayor.
Okay. Hi, Peter.
Hello, Mayor, City Council. My name is Peter Tomei. Most of you have heard me in the official capacity with the city, helping the housing team with this project. I'm here today just as a private citizen and someone who, given that familiarity with the project, would just like to share a couple of observations. One of those is that, this team, I commend council and the city for embarking upon a public-private partnership. I think that you will see, while there's a lot of messiness and, a lot of, the sausage making can be difficult, but the finished product can be fantastic. And we're kind of in the sausage making right now. But at the end of the day, I think the per unit contribution of the city to these 99 affordable housing units is going to be viewed as a phenomenal win and unparalleled in the city's history and most cities' history in terms of delivering affordable housing. I've been involved in this kind of throughout the United States, and this project is coming in at I think for the community will be a big win if we can get it over the finish line. So I just like to encourage you to continue to keep the throttle down. There are and Rory and his team, they're very diligent, and he doesn't like to raise the alarm bells and those kinds of things, but time is money, and time kills all deals. And if we find ourselves debating this 6 months from now, I'm just not sure we'll ever see these units come to fruition. So I would really encourage the city to really pull this together and try to make this come to it. It's possible to have this in the winter of 2024, but I think it all really has to happen very quickly, given the private activity bonds that have been awarded. All of these things have sunsets, and we all know that interest rates, at least right now, are not going anywhere but up. So the longer we wait, the more expensive this project gets to deliver. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Online? No. Hi there.
Hi, my name is Haley Hernandez. I am the Basic Needs Assistance Data Coordinator from the Christian Center of Park City. My position is funded through the State Office of Homelessness. This last year, I have been collecting data on homelessness across Summit and Wasatch County. And I can tell you that since collecting that data, I've come across at least 26 individuals just in Summit County alone that have been experiencing homelessness, and their time within homelessness has been over 3 months on average. These individuals are living in their car. They're contributing to this economy. They love where this area is, same as me. I get emotional because I work here. I love being here, but I can't afford to live here. I feel that there's so many other service providers, so many other workers in this community that would love to have the opportunity to live here, but they just can't afford it. And that comes into play with families that are experiencing homelessness and families that are living in cars. Do you imagine living in a car with negative 10-degree weather right now? This plan could save lives. This truly can save lives. So please, I urge you to approve this. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Anyone else? Hi, Carolyn.
Carolyn Mora with Recycle Utah. I spend at least 40 hours a week in this neighborhood, and I oftentimes walk to the bank, I walk to the grocery store, I walk to the bus stop, and this is a great spot for a project like this. So I fully support this.
Thank you. Anyone else? Online? No? Okay. With that, we'll close the public input portion. And to the staff and applicants, thank you for all your work on this. Do you have enough direction from council?
We do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Jason, you okay?
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
All right.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councilors.
Thank you. Well, with that, we will take a break and resume with the regular session at 5:30. For those of you joining us online, we're glad you're with us tonight. It is March 9th, 2023, about 5:30 in the evening. All council members are present. And we're going to start the meeting with an appointment. Consideration to approve the city manager's proposed appointment of Nike Nowak as the city treasurer of Park City Municipal Corporation. Hi, Mindy.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Nika was joining me on Zoom, but I think maybe we lost her, but maybe she'll log back on.
I'm sorry, I mispronounced her name. It's Nika?
It's Nika.
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Yep. So I'll just sort of briefly introduce how we got here. In January 2023, Sarah Nagel gave her notice that she was leaving the city, and we initiated the recruitment to fill the vacancy. We'd like to take this opportunity to thank Sarah Nagel for her 3.5 years of service to the city and wish her all the best in her new role. Per Municipal Code 247, the treasurer is an appointed position, and we're happy to announce that we made an offer and received a formal acceptance of that position from Nika Nowak. Nika comes to us from the city of Lancaster, California, where she spent the last 3.5 years as the senior finance manager. She received her MBA from California State University, and her background has been primarily local and county government and higher education. We are really excited to have her as part of the team and know that she will make a great addition to the city. With that, we ask City Council to consider the city manager's proposed appointment of Nika Nowak as the city treasurer of Park City Municipal Corporation.
Great, thank you. Council, any questions or a motion?
Your Honor, I move that we approve Nika Nowak as the city treasurer of the Park City Municipal Corporation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Welcome, Nika.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we look forward to meeting you in person. Okay,
Thank
let's
you.
move on then.
Great meeting, everyone.
Let's move on to communications and disclosures from the council and staff. So Becca, do you want to start?
Yeah. Big thanks to all the staff and everyone who made last week's retreat work. I think on either that Thursday or Friday, we all got a proposal from the Early Childhood Alliance on some childcare stabilization monies that we could take a look at. And it's a lot of information, and there's a lot of different buckets in that proposal. And I would like to ask that we have a study session and an opportunity to go through that proposal. And since we don't have anyone on staff that works in the childcare or childcare oversight, I would ask that we have Kristen Schultz from the Early Childhood Alliance and maybe some stakeholders come in and be able to have a really good discussion about what's going on in our community and what the opportunities are.
Is that already part of the budget process? Is that scheduled, that discussion scheduled as part of that?
I don't know specifically in terms of a standalone study session, but clearly if that was something that council desired, we would put that together in a way appropriate, you working with the council member and the mayor.
What do you think, council?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd also request though that we have a staff member who issues an opinion on what we're seeing, right? Like we don't invite, different special interests to do things. I understand it's a community and effort, but we should have someone from staff also involved.
Absolutely.
Okay, anything else? Jeremy?
Sure. Let's see, what did we do last week? Oh, we had the sled derby. That was fun. The cardboard sled derby. Yeah, the rec team did an awesome job. People were happy and hanging out, having a good time. Bunch of good crashes too, which is like a hockey game, right? That's why everyone goes. Hopefully that becomes an annual tradition and, great way for the community to convene. Also, we had the Administrative Control Board meeting for the Park City Fire District earlier this week. They wanted to express their gratitude for the invite to our retreat to talk to us for a little bit. Chief Zanetti and some of those other chiefs were very appreciative of the invite. They know that their work matters, but to hear it and to be put at that level in terms of the city's priorities really did hit home for them. Also, they went into depth further on their critical care program that they previewed at the retreat and brought some stuff that they demonstrated, the equipment that they're investing in and the training. It is super impressive, and the chiefs summed it up really well to say, essentially we're doing this because it will save lives in our community. I mean, there's no higher bar than that. So big thank you to them. And that's about it.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, ditto to all, thanks for the retreat. That was, we had some pretty good discussions there. I think Ryan said we had maybe the best discussion in his time on council. That first day was impactful and, everybody worked hard to put that on. Let's see. So I'm just going to start. I'll throw a quote in here. This one's from Barack Obama. It says, "There's no such thing as a vote that doesn't matter." And that's just, there's been a little bit of a message percolating in my head about our election process here in Park City. I don't think it's broken by any stretch of the imagination. I think we've done a pretty good job over the years, but I also would like to request that we have a study session sometime soon just to educate ourselves on the ranked choice voting process. There are a bunch of communities around the state that are already implementing ranked choice voting. It would potentially shorten our election season, which I think everybody would appreciate. It would eliminate primaries and might eliminate a handful of candidates who aren't really serious, but just want an opportunity to have a microphone in front of them for a little while. I'd like to see really serious candidates coming out. And that's proven to be the case in communities across the country. So I'd love to get a little bit more information on ranked choice voting and the potential for Park City adopting it as our policy going forward. So if we can get something like that on the record, or if you guys are amenable to having that study session at the very least, so we can understand how it would impact us, who would have to do the work, how it impacts Summit County, et cetera. I would like some more information on that.
Is there interest from other council members?
Yeah, I'm really interested in that. I'm a big proponent of ranked choice voting, and would love to have a work session on it.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Okay. Jeremy?
Yeah, I'd like to learn more about it.
Okay, great.
So just to clarify, I heard work session and study session. If I could lean a little, maybe a study session in the back of the room where we can bring in some experts and some people knowledgeable in the industry, perhaps some people that have been through it and have converted their systems, and they'll be able to tell us the things that went well and didn't go well and how it works. My other thought that comes to mind is inviting the county clerk, who conducts our elections, with our local election official, our city recorder, because I'm sure E-First can have some good advice for us as well. Will that work?
Sounds good.
All right. So the mayor and I will put that together.
Thanks. Anything else?
No.
Early enough.
Well, my first thing was cardboard derby, but Jeremy already mentioned it. It was fantastic. But the biggest thing this week was the state of the city. So I want to thank Nan for an amazing state of the city. There was just such a good vibe in that room. I left there smiling and excited, and everyone that I talked to was just really thrilled to be there and really optimistic about what we're doing in 2023. And so I just thought that it was phenomenal.
Thank you.
The video was great. Matt, you did great with the team. So good, great teamwork there. So thanks to everybody who worked on that. The next 2 weeks are extremely busy in Park City. So just a reminder, if you're new, or just a reminder to the residents, it is spring break for pretty much every college. And we will be entering St. Patrick's Day weekend on Main Street. It's on a Friday. So just be ready for a little bit of crazy greenness out there. Just a reminder, microtransit is available for all of 84060 now. Thanks again. I know we probably said it the last few weeks, but to our Public Works Department, snow removal in Old Town has been phenomenal and got us back to like 1.5 cars, which is great. So thanks to that team. I know they're working really hard around the clock. And Nan mentioned this during the State of the City, so maybe I'll have her or Matt comment, but seems to be the only question I'm getting lately is what are you going to do about the snow melt? So maybe we could just quickly give an update when it comes to one of your turns, or if Matt wants to give an update. But I know people are nervous, and there's a lot of rumors out there of what happened 20, 30 years ago and where would we be prepared. So I think that would be important for the city to understand.
Right?
Yeah, nothing to add to this. Thanks, guys.
Well, I'll start answering your question and I'll turn it over to Matt, because yesterday was a employee appreciation lunch for the Public Works Department. And so I had an opportunity to talk with the leadership in that department. And they, along with our emergency manager, Mike McComb, they are making an internal plan, and they met earlier this week with other jurisdictions, including Summit County and several other jurisdictions. I don't know if anybody's here from that department that could speak more to that. I don't think so. But anyway, it is under works, the conversations. We want a coordinated effort. We want to make sure that we're prepared. And Matt, do you have any more details? Okay. And the only other thing I'll add is a huge shout out to our communications team, because they were critical in making the State of the City come off and making me look good while I was up there. So anyway, big thanks to all of them. So we'll now move into the staff communications report. There is a report in there on the Swift Comply launch for City Cross Connection Control and Backflow Prevention Program. So if that's something you're interested in, please take a look at our packet. We'll move now into the public input portion of the meeting. If you're joining us online, please go ahead and raise your hand, and we'll be calling on you soon. In the meantime, you want to do the video? Okay.
Hello, everyone. I'm Katrina, and I'm here today to talk to you about some things that you can do to make your public comment count here in City Council chambers. We're so excited that you are here at a council meeting to share your thoughts and opinions. That's why we're all here. We want to make Park City the best place possible, and we value your opinion. So there are 4 tips and tricks that I'd like to share with you to make you the most effective public commenter you can be. 1, please sign in. You'll sign in and then state your name and are allowed to make your public comment at that time. If you're online, make sure to just raise your hand, and once we call on you, state your name and get rolling. 2, stay on topic. 3, please be brief. The recommendation for a comment is 3 minutes or less. And number 4, be respectful. We expect these things in story time and here in council chambers too. Also, if you're at home or out of town on vacation and you'd like to tune in and make public comment, make sure to join us on Zoom. You can raise your hand and make public comment digitally there. If you'd like more information, please go to parkcity.org and click on the Public Meetings tab.
So with that, do we have any hands up online?
We have 3 hands raised. DR Theobald, if you could please state your full name for the record.
Hello?
Hello, am I on?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Green Robert Theobald, Mayor, Council, happy to see you. Probably not the reverse, but anyway, I thought, Mayor, your State of the City report was very good. I hope I'm not one of those that you believe is throwing sand in the sandbox. But I have been, I made a complaint on the 9th of December regarding several issues about a particular homeowner. And to date, we have heard nothing from anybody in writing. On the 16th, I submitted several reports about various issues. A question about whether you've had the chance to review those, whether you plan to dig deeper into those, or just let it bypass your attention. That's basically all I have. A couple of questions and looking forward to your response.
Thank you. We have another hand up.
Alex, if you could please state your full name for the record.
Hello?
Yeah, hi, Mayor and Council, Alex Budwinski, Park Meadows. I know that Council has a couple of key priorities, two and many more, probably more than a couple, but housing and transportation are big ones. And I just want to share some observations about transit. I was a regular user until recently, and I have to say I'm frustrated by the inconsistency. I know there's a driver shortage, but there has to be alternatives. Number one is changing headways. The green bus in my neighborhood changes from 20-minute headway to 30-minute headway, and it seems almost indiscriminate. I just can't count on the bus being dependable, and that is important to a user. InfoPoint is a great idea. I just don't think it's all that accurate. I wonder how I could be on InfoPoint and a bus is on time, and in the 5 minutes it takes for me to walk from my house to the bus stop, the bus is 10 minutes late. And that happens regularly. So again, for me, the convenience of the buses and InfoPoint is to be able to be in my house, finishing my coffee. Okay, bus is coming. I got to be there in 7 minutes. I can leave the house and go. And then the bus is not there. The third thing, and this is a pet peeve of friends of mine, not necessarily mine, but all of the buses go to Park City Mountain. And I just can't believe that is the most effective way to run a bus system. For me, I live 3 miles from Deer Valley. On a good day, it takes over 45 minutes to get there from my house. There's no incentive to take the bus. I mean, I can drive there in 10 minutes. So that's a frustrating factor. And with the driver shortage issue, I'm sure you've tried a lot of this, and maybe not, and maybe there are many other things that can be tried. But, I think I heard there was a year-end bonus if a driver stays till the end of the year. Can we pay for a driver getting a CDL license and have some kind of contract that in return for that, they have to work a certain amount of hours? And if we can't get bus drivers at $20 an hour, maybe you need to pay 22. I mean, it basically comes down to if there's a labor shortage and you want to get the labor over somebody else, you got to pay. So channeling Max, I wanted to work in a quote. And this is a bit of a stretch, but it's a Richard Nixon quote. And it says that idealism without realism is impotent. And we can't let perfect be the enemy of good. So to sum up, I think dependability is incredibly important to a bus user. I don't know what to do about it. I don't want you to hire a $250,000 consultant to help figure it out. But these are important things to think about going forward. I think I mentioned once to Matt somewhat facetiously that if we took one of Ryan's phrases, which is what would we do if we had a clean sheet of paper? My thought was blow up the bus system and start over again. Obviously, you can't do that. But I think a good hard look needs to be done at the way the system is working now. And as I said, I'm no longer a user, but I look forward to getting back to being a user when things get better. Anyway,
We look forward to having you back on the bus, Alex. Thanks for taking time to make a comment.
Thanks, Mayor. And thank you all for your good work.
Anyone here? Want to come up and make a comment? Come on.
Hi, my name's Rochelle Flynn. This is Evelyn. She's my 3-year-old daughter. We live here in Park City, and our zip is 84098. I work at the People's Health Clinic. Evelyn goes to PC Tots. I am a physician assistant there. I'm the assistant medical director. I do a lot of chronic disease management and have a passion for it's a great interruption. I also have an expertise in family planning services.
Yeah.
And in order for me to get to work every day to do what I do, I need a couple of things. I need the roads plowed, and I need a safe place for Evelyn to be. And I don't know why one of those necessities is a public service and not the other. So I'd like to ask council to help provide accessible, affordable, high quality childcare for the Park City community. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else here like to make a comment? Hello again.
Hello again. John Greenfield. I fully support what the young lady just said, by the way. But that's not why I got up here. I wanted to talk about the Richardson's Flat Park and Ride a little bit, and there seems to be some joy about the Richardson's Flat Park and Ride and what's happened this past season. Some back patting, if you would, or back slapping. With all due respect, it even seems like more resources are potentially going to it or another badly placed lot at Gordo. I wanted to recall to the council that the Richardson's Flat parking lot was the worst placed lot of the 3 original options presented by city staff. And the numbers apparently have been above everyone's expectations, which I think is why everyone's so happy. But we should keep in mind those expectations were appropriately really low because Richardson's Flat is the worst parking lot option. It's neither perfect nor good, to paraphrase Richard Nixon.
Yeah.
Imagine, council, the numbers if the park and ride was right off the highway, capturing the maximum amount of traffic like it's supposed to. They would be much higher than the numbers everyone's pleased that we're seeing today. I look forward to hearing about the progress this council has made with Summit County regarding collaboration on our shared transportation issues regarding the future of the failing 248 Highway 40 intersection and the movement of old Highway 40 and the flower that is there somewhere. Digital signs at bus stops are a great idea. I'm going to go to Vail here in a couple of days, and they have digital signs at bus stops at all their bus stops, and you get to know when the bus is coming because it says 2 minutes or 5 minutes. And unlike Alex's experience, it is accurate there. And I just, one more thing is that the driver shortage for the bus system, as opposed to Park and Ride at Gordo, which I've been working, haven't had a chance to come cause any trouble here lately. But, as I recall from the Gordo situation, conversation, from last year and the year before, there's a way to mitigate the area and create housing there. So it might be interesting to house bus drivers at Gordo rather than having a bunch of cars parked there. Just a thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here want to make a comment? Do we have another hand up?
Yes, Mayor. We have Kimball Art Center online. If you could please state your full name for the record.
Hi, my name is Aldi Milliken. I apologize for not being there with you this evening. Dear Mayor Nan, council members and Park City community, I'd like to make a public comment to recognize our colleague Betsy Wallace, who announced her retirement this week. Betsy has been a champion of our community and the art scene in multiple roles as leader of the Sundance Institute and the Sundance Festival for the past 8 years. She is a unique blend of Park City Main Street resident and a committed arts leader with executive experience, and we owe her a debt of gratitude. The past several years have been some of the most challenging ever for arts organizations, and Betsy and her team navigated the Sundance Festival, one of the premier storytelling events, with fortitude and grace. The Kimball Arts Center acknowledges Betsy for her partnership during the years we have worked together on the Arts and Culture District, and we consider her a close ally in our efforts to find a dedicated home for arts and culture in Park City. I want to thank Betsy personally for mentoring me as an arts leader and a board member of the Chamber of Commerce, especially as we transition into the next phase of our development as a cultural destination. A few questions and goals remain as our commitment to this work, and I'm relieved that Betsy has offered to stay connected to our cultural community as an audience member and as a resource. I encourage us to remember where we are in this journey, and for those like Betsy who have helped lead the way. I am sure that she could have retired ages ago, but it says a lot about her values that she became involved with nonprofits like Sundance Institute and Kimball Arts Center as an employee and supporter. And I will continue to hear her rallying cry that we serve the public through our educational missions. Betsy is a true champion of an aspirational cultural vision for Park City, and I'll think of her as we work together to make something dynamic happen for our region. Thank you, Betsy, for your friendship and service to Park City. And thank you, Mayor and councils, for your service to us as well.
Thank you. What a nice tribute to Betsy. She truly has been a pivotal part of our community, and we're going to miss her in her role. We're happy she's a resident, so we're going to get to see her quite a bit still. Any other public input here in the chambers? Oh, no, you've reached your quota.
Correct one thing I said really quick. Okay. I said the young lady to someone I should have called the good doctor. And I'm nervous up here like everyone else is. And that was my mistake. If she was here, I'd be apologizing. Didn't mean to be dismissive. It's just like first thing that came to my mind. So I support what the good doctor said as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other hands up online?
No more hands raised, Mayor.
Okay, we'll close the public input portion of the meeting and move on to consideration of the minutes. Consideration to approve the City Council meeting minutes from February 2nd and February 16th, 2023. Are there any additions or corrections to the minutes or a motion?
Your Honor, I move we approve the minutes from February 2 and 16, 2023.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. We'll move on then to the consent agenda. Any questions or a motion?
Your Honor, I move we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. For those of you that may not have access to our agenda, the consent agenda tonight included an item to approve professional service contracts for historic district design guidelines illustrations. It also included a request to execute a professional service agreement for the 2023 water engineering service project, and a request to authorize the city manager to execute a contract for environmental regulatory consultant services. All of those full reports are in the council packet. You can reach them easily on parkcity.org. We'll move on now to old business. First item, consideration to approve ordinance number 2023-10, an ordinance amending Land Management Code Section 15-5-5, landscaping, and Section 15-15-1, definitions. Hello.
Good evening. Give me just a moment here to pull up my presentation, and Planner Zollinger is also going to join us. All right, thank you for your patience. Planner Spencer Colley here with Planner Lillian Zollinger. We are here to present on the Waterwise Landscaping Land Management Code updates. This has been a long time coming, and we appreciate the patience of the council as we work through the many iterations of this with the Planning Commission, and we're excited to share these updates with all of you this evening. So the first thing that we wanted to touch on really quickly was just the existing code. And this is the paragraph that exists in the land management code. It's very difficult to read and interpret to find the information that you need quickly, not only for staff, but also for anybody who is submitting a landscaping plan as part of a building permit. And so that is one of the first things that we wanted to look at, was to reorganize the land management code for landscaping. And we did this with the direction input of City Council and the Water Department, sustainability. We looked at state legislation, specifically the House Bill 282 from the previous general session. We even took some information from a proposed bill, House Bill 272 from the current general session. Although that didn't pass, we did keep that information in here because it had some great definitions. We worked with industry experts, architects, landscape architects, ecologists, just to name a few. And we also had a public survey that we had several residents respond to, and in that survey realized that there were 66% of those that took that survey are willing to replace their lawn with Waterwise landscaping. So the objectives for the amendments to the land management code were to find opportunities for us to improve water conservation citywide. That takes on some of the incentives that the Water Department has worked really hard on to bring to fruition, and they have been great partners in working with us in getting the land management code amendments to a place that supports their programs as well. Again, as I stated, updated state regulations and definitions help direct the changes to the land management code. And as we showed you earlier, that large paragraph, we simply just want to make this easier for everybody to understand. So when we met with the Planning Commission, the direction that we received, and this is just very high level, but they wanted us to ensure that we were talking about non-invasive drought tolerant plants when we talk about replacing those water thirsty plants or our lawn turf. They have also asked that we clarify what is required in a landscaping plan. There was a very, what exists in code now is something very high level about what plant material you can include. We wanted to clarify that when you submit a landscape plan as part of a building permit, that you are not held to those exact species that you submit, that there is intended plant material, that there are opportunities for flexibility because not all plants are available at the time that you go and implement your landscape plan. There was a request for us to also revamp the idea of significant vegetation, especially when it comes to our historic district, how we will look at those requirements when it comes to implementing landscaping plans. Noxious weeds was another discussion that came up. There are both county and state regulations. And so we added in some language that would allow flexibility depending on the type of weeds that you may encounter in your landscape, but also so that it gives a responsibility to property owners to take care of those noxious weeds. And we updated the lawn and turf definitions as required by the state. We included a new definition for active recreation area that gives flexibility for those areas that do require turf for recreation. And finally, what we have before you now is a reorganized code. It also includes coordination with the wildland urban interface. So instead of having to look in a different section of code to understand what is required when it comes to WUI, we have implemented some of those principles into the land management code so that it's upfront and easier to understand what's required. So there are no surprises when the fire inspector comes to look at your addition and you have remove plants. It's all up front. You know what's required. And simple water-wise landscaping practices is really what we wanted to have in this amendment. And the last thing is that the planning staff it has a draft website that we are working to implement for resident use so that there is a living list of available water-wise plants. There is a codified plant list that exists in Title 14, but we heard from our industry experts that there needed to be some flexibility in what's available. And so that's why we are looking at having these resources readily available on something that we can edit rather than having to come back and get support in editing the code. And so this evening, we have these proposed land management code amendments before you. We have publicly notices for a hearing, and we recommend we consider approving this ordinance 2023-10. And if there are any questions, we're happy to answer those. And if there are questions about the survey, we do have that information as well.
Thank you. You obviously put a lot of work into this, and I appreciate that. Do you know if most of these plants are available locally, or do people have to go down to the valley to get them? Or
The idea is that we would try to have as many local options as possible. We are using Utah State's website for a lot of our resources, but that is definitely something that we can include in our website as we continue to revamp it and make it better.
Cool.
It's a great suggestion.
Council, what questions? Okay, go ahead.
So to that note of having the website so it's more flexible, makes sense. Is it going to be really simple on there where we say like, these are allowed within 5 feet of your home. These are allowed within 25 feet for the wildfire defensible space stuff. And then obviously the water wise is a little easier because it's a single list, but is that what you're kind of thinking? Just making it super simple for people?
Yeah, we want to be able to delineate those plants that would be not only water wise, but also fire wise. And I don't think that we had considered putting specific distances because that is in the code, but I think you bring up a really great point that we could include those plants that would grow in those zones that would help comply with WUI. That's a great suggestion.
Okay, thanks. Qualification for this applying to people. So the way I read it, which asking for clarification, was that it's either a new build or converting natural landscape to not natural landscape, but not really for like a landscape overhaul. Is that right?
No, it would include a landscape overhaul. So,
Okay.
yeah. So let me just read it so we can walk through it together. Say complete landscape plan is required for 1, new development and or construction activity proposed for an unimproved lot or property and or undisturbed natural lots or property, and 2, renovations or construction activity that modifies the building footprint. So the idea in not specifically stating if you're doing landscaping is if you're doing something small, it's not something that we're going to require from you, but anything that's any construction activity, which includes grading or anything like that, as defined in the land management code currently, would trigger that landscape plan.
So could we catch major landscape rework though? I don't know the right word. Because it sounds like that's still not covered. So if the building footprint's changing, yes. But if someone's like tearing out 75% of their yard, this wouldn't apply, right?
I can pull up the what's defined as development and construction activity. I don't know those definitions off the top of my head, but I believe within the definitions of that, within our land management code, it does catch that, but we can make it more specific if that would just make it clearer.
I think it would make it clearer, and also interested in the definitions. Yeah, let's make sure we catch, so we don't want to impose upon people replacing a plant or a few plants, right? That's not the goal here. But if someone is tearing out everything and putting in something new, I do think we'd probably want this to apply. I mean, we could ask everyone, but okay. Let's see, artificial turf. So it says in there, we don't like artificial turf, right? We frown upon that. Do we allow it? And we just say like, please don't do it, or?
Yes, it is allowed in this code. The Planning Commission did work on that language previously, and they were interested in keeping that in here. So it is an option, but more discouraged than not. And then if anyone's looking to use the water turf replacement incentive, they won't be allowed to have turf, artificial turf.
And wasn't it restricted only to decks, or there is some restriction on artificial turf, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm struggling with that one a bit, because it's like, hey, everyone, we really want you to use less water, but you can't put in a product that uses less water.
So artificial turf, while it doesn't require water to be maintained, the production of it requires water, and it's harder for water runoff to go through and trickle down around to surrounding areas. So yes, at first glance, artificial turf would use less water, but it's not as, it's more impactful towards the environment than just that, than not receiving water for growth.
So they have it on, it's allowed to be used in limited quantities on decks, pathways, recreation and play areas. So it sounds like it's pretty limited, I guess is the, I did a search on that. I was curious about that too. And I imagine that maybe that's replacing something that's worse in that case, but still is like, it has a more functional use, like as a seating area or the playground, but then we don't go beyond that.
Yeah, that's
how I wrap my mind around.
Encouraged is non-invasive local plants that are going to use less water. That's what we're encouraging first. If you're looking at wanting to use artificial turf, we are not prohibiting that.
Okay.
So it's not water wise.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Artificial turf.
Doesn't sound like it. Sounds
I
like
think
it
it-
requires more
well-
to produce, and it doesn't.
Let it go through.
Yeah, it doesn't help with runoff, so it's not actually water wise. I get what you're saying. You don't have to water it, but it.
Well, you look at the alternative, right? I guess that's what I'm struggling with is it better or worse than actual grass, which is a forever thing that needs to be watered all the time? And I mean, the argument against like production is the same argument people make against electric vehicles, right? So you either make the leap or you don't. It feels like we're kind of dabbling in the middle on this one.
From our research and from what we've learned and talked about with this, what's encouraged is neither a yard full of grass or artificial turf, but rather choosing local grasses, choosing not to water it all the time, not requiring spray irrigation. So we're allowing it within the code, but trying to encourage other practices. So ideally, you wouldn't have an expanse of either green, natural turf or artificial turf.
Okay.
Anything else?
Nope.
Becca? No, thank you. Down here. Ryan? Go ahead, Ryan.
The one I had a question on was the invasive species. I don't have it in front of me, but the requirement that invasive species have to be continually mitigated prior to at all stages of development prior to the CO. Is that a change from today, or is that like a clarification.
Yeah, so within the code, I believe it says that it's all noxious weeds shall be removed prior to issuance of certificates of occupancy. And what was recommended from our experts was to encourage residents to continually remove those noxious weeds. So someone comes out and checks noxious weeds every now and again, but once you've removed all those and you receive your CO, it's on the resident to continue to do that. They just wanted that encouraged within the code.
Okay, so if you're not doing development at all and you own an empty lot, under the code today, are you responsible for mitigating noxious weeds, or you can let it go?
Under the code, under the land management code, no. But if you were to build construction before you could receive that CO, that would have to be taken care of.
Okay, so in the new code, then, as a lot owner, just I own an empty lot, now I do have to mitigate noxious weeds.
It's not something we regulate. It's something that's regulated, I believe, by the county and the state. Noxious weeds.
Okay.
Specifically, if someone's, we don't go out to review noxious weeds.
Okay.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I realized I didn't know what the policy is today. So, what about good work. I like it. Thank you.
I agree. This is so much easier to read. I just had a question about, because I've had this question before about gardens and like how much of your yard can be a garden, and like, is that taking too much water? Do we have specific vegetables that are part of this? Like, can you talk, have we even talked about gardens?
Yes, that was a point that was brought up at the Planning Commission. And gardens aren't always water wise, because you need a lot of water to make sure what you're doing is going to be cultivated and produce fruit and vegetables. That being said, this code requires 50% water wise. So if the other 50% of what you're choosing to do is a garden, that is up to you. If you're looking for water wise fruits and vegetables, I don't know that off the top of my head, but ideally on the website, we'll have those resources for you to research if you're interested in finding fruits and vegetables that are more water wise than others.
Okay. Great, because it's great when people grow their own food. And then number two, is there a possibility, and maybe this is something like down the road, but if we had like certified landscapers who knew our WaterWise code and could be hired, like you could go to our website and find maybe like they're certified in it or something. I don't know. I mean, is that going like beyond the scope of government? I would hate for people to like hire someone and they have no idea what our WaterWise policies are, and then they're like pay a bunch of money and then it's like, that's not what it is. Has that been thought of, or did planning talk about that at all?
That's something we could include on our website. I don't know all of the logistics behind how we can, promote landscapers versus other people within the city or outside the city. I don't know what that would be like, but we could cultivate a list of people and provide that as a resource. Yeah.
The city does try to stay away from endorsing certain private businesses over others. It puts us in an awkward position when we're not the ones that are contracting ourselves, right? So there may be a public education campaign or something else that could be done in terms of, look for an entity that has this kind of a certification or something, if that's truly necessary, but we do try to stay out of the endorsement group.
Gotcha. And maybe landscapers could be like, I know Park City WaterWise or something. I mean, I don't know. That could be a great selling point for your website.
Next, anything? Well, let's go ahead and open a public hearing on this. If you're joining us online and would like to comment, please put your hand up. And if anyone's here in chambers that would like to make a comment, please come on up. No? Anybody online?
Yes, DR Theobald, if you could please state your full name for the record.
Dean Robert Theobald.
Yes, hello.
Hello again. I commend staff and the Planning Commission for looking deeply into this. My particular question is, what triggers a landscape plan? I listened to every word of the debate amongst the Planning Commission, and there were certain things that they wanted a landscape plan to do, and that would bring up a review of the existing landscaping to make sure it was appropriate. That was one of the intentions of several of the planning commissioners. It seems to me what triggers a landscape plan has been removed from its original definition. And so there is at least one occasion where people are in violation of the current landscape plan, and they have additional landscaping to do, including a well, and it would not, what they plan to do would not trigger a landscape plan because of this code change. And I sent in an 8-page comment to you. I hope you got it and have had a chance to review it. And I think this needs more study on what triggers a landscape plan, because it seems to miss certain things. So I would ask you to ask the Planning Commission to take another look at that with those items in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi there.
Hello. Sean Kelleher, 409 Echo Spur. So just a couple of quick comments. I'm hoping that when you guys put that website together, that you list out kind of, or you kind of quantify for people, you know, what you think the savings is, like how much less water will be used, because certainly a lot of these plants are more expensive than the standard planting. So people are going to have to spend a little bit more, you know, to kind of achieve some of this. And, you know, if the water savings is 1,000 gallons a season versus 10, that's probably important to kind of note. The other thing I wanted to mention is that I'm surprised that water cisterns didn't kind of come into this conversation a little bit. So 7 or 8 years ago, the state allowed residential properties to have a cistern buried on your property. When we built our house a couple of years ago, we did that. So we've got a 1,500 gallon cistern buried in our backyard. It captures water runoff from our roof and around the foundation. And then we've got a pump that's used to irrigate the property throughout the year. So, you know, it probably cycles water through twice. So maybe there's 3,000, you know, gallons of water that we're not grabbing from, you know, the city and the county. We also, I'll note that we came up here a couple of years ago, and when the stormwater tax was put in place, we were able to get a small discount from City Council because we had cisterns, and because that's actually obviously reducing the amount of water runoff we have. And, you know, being an old town on a hill, you know, that's probably important. It might be important starting tomorrow as well. So I just suggest that, you know, you take a look at, you know, using cisterns. You know, it is a substantial amount of water savings. They make sense financially to put in the ground at your house. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comments? Any hands?
No hands raised, Mayor.
Okay, we'll close the public input. Council comments.
I'll make a comment. Well, actually, I won't. But I'll make a motion if you want.
Will anybody else have a comment? Okay, go ahead.
All right. So I think it's a great start. I do. I think it's great work. That something's better than nothing, and this will get the ball rolling, and we'll learn from it, and we can always adjust. So I'd move to approve old business item 1 with a couple amendments. One would be clarifying language or adding language to make sure that major landscape remodels, however that would be defined, would be included by this requirement for a landscape plan to catch those big, you know, landscape tear outs. And the second one, understanding your position on artificial turf, and we'll respect that, would request that we keep some metrics over this landscape season. So until this coming winter, next winter, you know, how many people requested artificial turf who were denied, how much grass was approved, and then we could figure out how much water that grass is using and have a conversation perhaps around the lesser evil there. But we don't need to solve a problem that doesn't exist yet.
Can I ask, does that need to be part of an amendment, or can that just be something that I'm happy to move forward with the first amendment, and then in addition to that first amendment, keep track of metrics, but not have that, I don't know how that fits into a code. I think you can just do that.
Either way.
Yeah, I don't think that's a code amendment, but I'm fine with the first amendment. Feels, I guess, not totally clear. Oh, is it okay to have discussion here?
Sure.
Not totally clear.
Do we have a second on the motion?
No.
Do we?
Well, I would move to amend the motion to approve the first amendment. Yeah, can you just redo it without that second piece?
All right.
Well,
We have
I'll
no
just,
second, so
yeah,
you want to make a
so
new motion?
we'll make a new motion that has one amendment. That we clarify or add language regarding major landscape remodels, so the landscape plan requirement applies to that. And then how do you want me to word the request for metrics to
I
come
think
back
that's
with?
just direction, not part of the land management code.
All right, so then with separate direction that, this.
So let's keep the motion clear. Let's keep the motion clean.
Second.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, now,
And direction to keep metrics on how many people requested.
Why don't you have discussion on the motion now that there's been a second and then a vote, and then you can move to whether or not staff or council would like to request staff come back
Didn't we
within
all
a
say
certain
aye?
time frame.
We
Did
did.
you all
We
say
voted.
aye?
We all said
I didn't hear you. It was so fast.
I know.
we voted.
Can we do it again?
Yeah. Okay, so.
So I request the council to issue direction that staff returns next winter with some metrics around the whole artificial turf and natural turf conversation. At a minimum, I'd like to see tracked how many folks wanted to put in artificial turf who were denied, and how much natural turf was approved, so we can understand if we want to change anything moving forward.
Is there consensus for that?
Sure.
Yes.
Okay. There we go.
Can I just recap what we're talking about? So with under number 4 landscape plan, it has 1 and 2 requirements. So we'd add a third requirement that says, and major landscaping remodels, just for clarification. In construction activity, it does reference the development activity which disturbs or changes the natural vegetation, but we will add that third trigger just for clarity's sake.
Yes, so if it's already landscaped
Mhm.
and they're improving it again,
Yep.
that this would apply.
And maybe you might want to tie a specific percentage, like if you're disturbing 50% or something, like, let's be real clear. So it's not debated.
Okay.
To Jeremy's point, if you're replacing a few plants.
Agreed.
I had to look up what a cistern was. Do we even have that in our code? Okay, I just
No.
wondered if that was something that was in there at all.
We
Okay.
can provide information on the website though.
It seems it's fascinating to see what it is. I didn't know what it was. So I just wondered if that was anywhere, so if someone was interested, they could look at it. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Are you clear?
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, moving right along here, let's, consideration to approve 3 easements to Rocky Mountain Power for transmission lines and underground distribution lines across city property.
Mayor, Council, Dave Gustafson, Luke Henry, Luke Carton here to, oh, I'm not tapped.
Thank you.
There you go.
Mayor, Council, Dave Gustafson. Wow, that's way too loud. Luke Carton here to revisit our February 2nd staff report that we gave to council. We understand that the mayor and Councilman Rubel had a chance to meet with Mark Fisher, so we are open for new questions that you might have. I would like to reiterate that if you looked at item number 4 on the recommendations, we do have another easement that was part of this package that we kind of went around. It's the undergrounding easement through the west side of the Arts and Culture District. As you guys are aware, Rocky Mountain Power is currently undergrounding the distribution lines from Kimball Junction to Munchkin. And they will need that underground easement in order to continue to the substation on Munchkin, Woodbine. So I just want to bring that back to your attention, that is a separate easement as part of this package. So if you have any questions or comments, please forward them.
Which exhibit is that?
Is that easement four?
Is that A?
Oh, there, that's D, yes.
Okay.
So this is, so currently Rocky Mountain Power is over on Monitor across from Wells Fargo, continuing the undergrounding. They'll go under Kearns. Once they get over to the south side of Kearns, they'll make a hard right and then make their way over to the west end of the Arts and Culture District, and then make a hard left towards Munchkin, and then make their way over to the substation. So when they get to Munchkin, they'll be in the right of way, but that section of land, we need to get an easement approved.
And those are distribution lines, just to.
Yeah, just
the little wires, the lower wires, not the big high ones. So.
And this will also be helpful because when they do the undergrounding, when they make that hard left-hand turn going south from Kearns down to Munchkin, they'll set just to make it easy, a big plug, so that when we move further on arts and culture, now whatever's developed there will be able to plug into that. And there'll be another one on the south side. So we will now have access to a lot of power for the future of the district.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Council, questions?
So what is, I guess, what's the urgency in the transmission lines at this point? So like we talked about it last month, and we said, you know, there was this date coming up that we had to be aware of.
Right.
Do we still feel that way, or do we feel that we have a little bit of time where we could work on some of the other options that we discussed last time?
The issue at hand is that Rocky Mountain Power has a lot of work on their books right now. And if we don't move forward with this, then there's a good chance that we wouldn't be able to see something here for a good period of time, because they do have other work that they have to do. So that being said, you know, it would be ideal if we could move forward, but you know, as to them getting it complete this summer, if we were to move forward with the easement on Woodbine, you know, they probably could pull it off. And if we move past that, then there's a good chance that we might not see anything for a while. I don't know what that term limit would be, but it would be out there.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
I just had one. So can you just talk about what undergrounding transmission lines would mean for the cemetery area?
We would avoid the cemetery at all costs. So if we were to do any undergrounding, the undergrounding would come from the substation, you know, up Woodbine, take a left on Kearns, and go to the west end of the cemetery. Once you got to the west end of the cemetery, turn north, head towards Boot Hill, and come up out of the ground and join the other transmission lines that are behind Boot Hill.
Max?
When those lines come in and out of the ground, visual impacts, are they, can you speak to that a little bit?
Sure. In fact, I think we might have a slide as to the pole when the substation that we have at Munchkin is only serviced by overhead transmission lines. You cannot go into the substation and plug in. It has to come aerial over to a pole. The pole is called a dip pole. And there is a picture that Luke has pulled up here, just so that you get a feel for what it is. It's bigger than, you know, got it. He's getting there. Got it now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the dip pole is the one on the right that has the red arrow going to it. When you come out of the ground, because these transmission lines, there's 3 of them, you know, so that's the 3-phase system. So they have to be fairly well separated. So you've got these arms that come out that, you know, you can see that it's not a very attractive pole, and we would have one of those outside of the substation. And then it would dip down, continue up, and then we would have to have another one of those poles on the north side of Kearns on the west end of the cemetery.
Sort of by Zion's Bank
Yeah, in that area.
or at the top of the hill there, or
Probably lower just from a profile standpoint,
Yeah.
maybe, and then just go with the regular poles the rest of the way. Or, I mean, you could go as far as you want. It just costs a substantial amount of money to continue underground.
where did their project end?
They stopped at pole number 10 on the backside of Boot Hill.
Yeah.
So it was literally like at a 90. So they stopped there. So we would need to put in poles 1 through 10, starting at the substation.
Becca?
Well, so we continued this last time to give Jeremy and Nan time to go back and talk with Rocky Mountain Power. And I'm just wondering if that conversation was useful or helpful at all.
We did not have that conversation.
We did meet with one of the other property owners, Mark Fisher, and he has submitted comments that are included in the public record.
So if we were to not approve easements for, in the interest of giving more time to talk to Rocky Mountain Power about potentially undergrounding or other options, I guess maybe I'm not remembering the last meeting. Was the continuation to talk to the property owner, or was it to talk to Rocky Mountain Power? And if it was to talk to Rocky Mountain Power, why did that conversation not happen? So if we do continue, when's the conversation going to happen? No point in coming back here unless we have all the information. That let's be abundantly clear if we're going to move forward without an approval. If otherwise, let's just get to it.
Yeah, I think that, so the initial conversation last month, right, was that we were going to meet with Rocky Mountain Power and the property owner. We did meet with the property owner and heard his concerns. We did not meet with Rocky Mountain Power. It seems like there might have been something lost in communication there around the intent of what the meetings would be, which is why that happened. So, I'd agree with you. I think that we should have a chance to have that discussion, and perhaps have that discussion in a more strategic fashion in light of just approving whatever that was a week or two ago. Time's going slow right now. The Bonanza Park area plan, because this all plays into it. The substation conversation's potentially part of it. And really, what's our strategy in that area with power lines, and see if we can collaborate with Rocky Mountain Power on solutions to get to some really well-honed costs and whatnot. And that, I'd probably ask staff, how long do you think we would need so we don't find ourselves having the same conversation next time again? Off the cuff, I was kind of thinking maybe late June we could return, which would give us some time to work through these things. But
I feel like June is starting to get pretty late. I feel comfortable if if you'd like a little bit more time to try to reach out and get something set up in the next month or two. But understanding that that Rocky Mountain Power has a timeline, and I understand also that you kind of either way, if you underground it or how you move it, that this actually could create additional cemetery spaces, and there's some additional benefits to the community to get something moving. I don't want this to drag on and on. I know we've already been through a substation movement talk at one point in time. I would like specific information as to how much it would cost to underground it or move that substation, and get that information back to us as quickly as possible so that we can make an informed decision. And then I would also ask, can we go ahead and approve Exhibit D, easement PCA, whatever tonight, and then have the opportunity to let Jeremy go and Nan go speak with Rocky Mountain Power and figure out what they can work out. But I was thinking more of like May 11th, which is, I think, almost exactly 2 months from now.
You want to comment on that?
Thanks for mentioning the undergrounding easement, because that is important, because I believe that they will be moving forward with that this summer, and it won't do much from an impact standpoint. The Rocky Mountain Power conversation, I I'd like to see what the agenda would be, personally, because like I said, I've been talking to these guys for 3 years about this and not sure what other questions we might be posing to them. If we start talking about the undergrounding of the transmission lines, with the big move, that will cost us money. Okay. You don't just get to pick up the phone and call Rocky Mountain Power and say, hey, give me a price. It'll probably cost us, I'll say $25,000 for them to do the study. It might even be more than that. So, we'll be giving them money to do the study as to whether or not that's even a feasible thing. Remember, we have to come out of the ground at some point in time. So even if you moved the substation over to Zions Bank to get it out of the arts and culture, you have to go from that substation back over to the Deer Valley transmission lines that run on Deer Valley Drive. And at some point in time, we got to come out of the ground with those lovely dip poles to tie into those. Where are those going to go? Those two big poles, because there's two transmission lines that come this way. There's only one transmission line that goes to the north, two to the south, one to the north. So if we put that substation at the Zions Bank, the transmission lines will have to come underground all the way through, I'll just say maybe Munchkin, across Kearns over to Munchkin. And then at some point in time, they'd have to pop up to tie into the Deer Valley transmission lines. Now you got those two poles sitting there on Bonanza. Kind of ugly. So, as to moving forward to try to do that, sure, we can orchestrate that. And like I said, it'll cost us some design fees and whatnot. But, and even with undergrounding from the substation, we're still going to have the one pole. If we just did the small little one to get over to the cemetery on the west end of the cemetery, that one, you're still going to have two of the poles, one at the substation and the other one over on the west side of the cemetery. So it's not all pretty.
Let's come back to council questions right now, and then we'll take public input, and then we'll come back and have this bigger discussion. Any other questions? Okay. Why don't we go ahead and open public input right now? If you're joining us online, please go ahead and raise your hand. If you're here in the chambers, come on up and make your comment. Anybody online?
No hands raised, Mayor.
Okay, we'll close the public input portion. Now let's have a discussion. Max?
So, man, I keep going back and forth on this one. I have since I started reading the staff report. In general, I kind of just want to move forward to be done with it because you guys have put in 3 years of work, and it seems like it feels to me like it's sort of a foregone conclusion. That said, Jeremy, coming from a utility consulting background, has been making a reasonably compelling case that we only get a few opportunities to ask Rocky Mountain Power for anything. And in this situation, this is one of them. So I'm a little bit conflicted here. I guess I'm struggling not moving forward with this, with the exception of one thing that you said, Dave, which is they might be able to get this done this summer. And so the urgency piece feels a little squishy. That if I remember correctly, they were like, they'd like an answer by April 1st to have a chance of getting it done this summer. I guess I'm a little like, does a month kill us on that completely, or is it really as squishy as it seems? And maybe they still squeeze it in if we approve this on May 11th, then we both get a little where maybe Jared and Ann come to some agreement with Rocky Mountain Power. That seems kind of far-fetched at this point, but we give them that opportunity, and we still don't miss the full opportunity to get this thing done while they're doing work in the region. Do you really feel like that 35, 40 days is going to kill us? Or I guess that comes back to a question again, but that's where I'm just not quite clear. Is May 11th way too late?
Yeah, I will go back to Rocky Mountain Power and ask them. They have other projects that they want to do in Park City this summer too. They want to take those distribution lines from the substation from Munchkin and bury them all the way from there to the Judge substation, which is literally coming across like 9th Street, up Park Avenue to 8th Street, all the way up 8th Street to Empire, make a left towards Norfolk, then make a left, go up and over. They plan on doing that this summer. They use the same crews. We have not seen their complete design yet. We've worked it out, with our engineering department and water department as to constraints that they'll have, moving forward with this undergrounding, but it is part of the big picture. I'm happy after this council to make a call tomorrow to Rocky Mountain Power and see, how much fudge is on that April 1st, April Fool's Day, and see how far we can fool them. So I'm not sure how I report that back to council. If they say, May 11th, okay.
We have so much snow. Let's be honest here. Like, they're probably not going to be able to start doing any work until there is no snow.
They're out there now, though.
Are they?
You know that. If you've driven out 224, they are over on the St. Mary's side, trying to go underneath 224 over to the Temple side and with the distribution lines. So they're on monitor. If you look at the Wells Fargo, there's 3 pieces of equipment sitting there, trying to, and they are having a hard time with the snow.
Yeah, I'm
but
just
they're out
like
there. They're out there working.
getting up to Judge, like, okay.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah, they are out there, and I see them every day. They're on both my routes, and I think we say it's not going quickly.
It's not going great. No.
But the crew, they dig a hole, it fills in with snow, they get the snow out. So, and they're out there working hard. I feel for those guys. My thought, I do think, I imagine that we have some squishiness on dates, but I think also recognizing we're talking about a little bit of a different conversation than last time. So it's not really, Dave, with the one-off question. It's going back to, I propose, to Rocky Mountain Power saying, this easement we have in front of us, council recognizes that this is the best thing we have in front of us today. We keep coming back to these, 2 sort of strategic pieces in this really important area of town. We've just launched a plan around undergrounding and around the substation move that we do want to sit down and have a strategic conversation about these areas and make sure we're not passing up an opportunity to underground lines and to move the substation. It feels like we sort of keep coming back to those questions, and it would benefit us to have that. I think, put a 2 months on it, continue this to a date certain. I think we'll have enough stage gating in there to where, Rocky Mountain Power says, sorry guys, plan's big, there's nothing here. Or it's, hey, we can get you a cost estimate, right? There's sort of levels of response that it feels like we could take a really healthy check on in 2 months and see where we are and hopefully be moving forward.
Just a quick point of clarification though, too, of if council decides to go that path of that with that 2-month window, I also just want to be clear too, that it would be extremely hard or pretty much near impossible to get strong pricing on moving the substation and all those other things. I think we could get, some indicative pricing plus like this is what it would cost to do an engineering study to actually get the actual cost and stuff like that. But I just wanted to kind of set expectations that we won't come back and say, hey, moving the substation plus or minus 10% is X. Like that's it'd be like, imagine moving the, 224 80 intersection 20 yards, right? It has pretty big kind of messy implications. So I think that the only thing I would request is just, if we set the date certain and stuff, when we ask for that agenda with RMP, it could be, hey, participate with us in this larger strategic plan. And these what we'd like for outcomes. So we could get, timelines or cost. I think just to set us up. So we're not coming back on May 11th and, we're like, well, they give us a ballpark figure that again is just a ballpark figure. So I just wanted to throw that out there because it's the world of utility pricing. I mean, think of just trying to buy a car right now. These are much more expensive and much more longer lead times.
I can be really clear about what I'm looking for. It's not substation moving that at all. I listen to that whole discussion. I find that to be, I think it's always good to keep it on the back burner, but I don't think the cost has dropped below $60 million, which is where it landed the last time around, and it just wasn't that long ago. The thing I'm looking for is the undergrounding of those lines. That shortest distance too. That's the one I'm looking for because I think that there's some community benefit there. I think it could be ugly on both ends and maybe a little bit better idea of what that might look like. I think we could plop a couple of those poles in some thing and we could see what it looks like just so we can get a little bit of a gauge. But that's all I'm looking for is a conversation about what it would cost to underground those lines. And I know it's an estimate and it would be what cost is it to us? What cost is it to them? And give us something to go on. And that's it. And if we can't get it, then I'm ready to move forward with the existing plan.
My only concern is this is something that's been very important to Jeremy to have a discussion about. And if you don't have it now, it's going to come back later. It's going to come up over and over and over again. So I do think that, yeah, it's probably going to be pretty squishy in 2 months, but maybe you can give us a low range or a high range or something and some considerations that to take into consideration, such as where you would move it to, or this is the thing. This is what makes it hard is that I will fully admit that I am no expert in public utilities. I do not know what it takes to do these things, except for that it's expensive and hard. So I think when Max and I are both feeling a little bit uncertain, a little bit torn about this because, we're told that there are better options and I don't really understand what that necessarily means for me or for the city. So I'm willing to let Jeremy and Nan take a swing at it and come back to us and give us another option. And at that point in time, if we don't actually have a better option or something that looks feasible and attainable, then I am ready to move forward with the proposals that we have today. And like I said, I would also be in favor of voting on easement. I'm just going to call it easement D.
And
today.
And Becca, while you're talking about easement, there's also, and again, it's just the way the easements are structured.
Mm-hmm.
So there's 2 easements that have to deal with the arts and culture area, that side of it. There's another one that actually is a slight move of a tower outside of our groundwater protection area. And that one's lumped in here. So we'll get that extracted out and come back to that one too. So we have the distribution undergrounding one, which sounds like you're willing to vote on tonight. And then there's 3 other easements that are all tied together. One of them is out on Holiday Ranch Loop. So that's no one we'll just spin out. And that one's just moving a tower just farther away from the Creekside well.
Do you know which number it is? Because maybe we can just pull that out tonight. We can just say we're fine approving easement. Is it the one that specifically says CRKSD-2-X?
Yeah, Team Luke's on it here.
It's going to be a number of parcels that it affects. It
comes
from that one spot.
We'll
had to change the alignment slightly.
We'll come back to you with a clean version of that.
I guess just, Matt, I appreciate Max's comments. I think I just look at it, I would look at it a little bit holistically. I mean, I guess the simple reasons is I have to send, the mayor and, have leadership kind of, sending the team to, bring leadership to this issue from a council level, meet with Rocky Mountain Power. It'd be sort of a shame to look at the issue so narrowly when we can easily, separate the two if we wanted to push one forward one way, one another, to not just see if we can negotiate a different deal with maybe a different understanding of, utilities and the industry. I would open up that conversation just more strategically about the area, and I don't think it hurts.
So you're comfortable having a conversation regarding both substation and undergrounding lines?
Yeah, I would do that.
Tana, where are you?
I agree.
And you're just undergrounding lines.
If you're having a conversation, have the conversation, but I appreciate Luke's comments, which are, it seems entirely likely that they're going to say, and we've seen before, we don't know the answer to that. We need to study it, and you guys are going to have to pay for it. And if that comes back to us and we're being asked to postpone and pay for more studies to reaffirm things that we've learned within the last decade, I find that to be an incredible waste of time and money. I'm sorry, I just do. So sure, ask the question, high level. If they give you the same answer that we have already received a handful of times, I'm not interested in paying for more studies to reaffirm things that we've already studied and reaffirmed a number of times. So sure, high level, have the conversation.
Perhaps they've moved some other ones recently and they could give us just some feedback on that too. It could be a good question of, have you moved any lately? What was it like? How did it go? How much did it cost?
So it seems like there's council consensus for Jeremy and I to return to a conversation high level with Rocky Mountain Power. Now, I understand there's urgency to give you approval for undergrounding that, for that one easement.
Can I make a motion?
Give it a stab.
Your Honor, I make a motion that we approve easement PCA-110-G-1-X.
That's a correct easement. Yeah. Okay.
I did not fact check the motion, so.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And then do we continue?
And then
we have-
continue the further easements until
So let
May
me
11th.
ask a question before we do that. Since we haven't reached out to them yet, and the last disposition was canceling that previous meeting, should we continue it to a date certain, or should we just continue it to a date uncertain with the understanding that direction is to do this as quickly as possible and let the staff have that conversation, come up with the date, schedule it, so we don't find ourselves in a bind?
I would like to bind us to a date certain.
Well, but we just tried that and it didn't work.
And just to be clear, this is a discussion just with Rocky Mountain Power, not with the property owner.
Mm-hmm. Yep, this is a strategic discussion with Rocky Mountain Power.
Do you think they would be willing to do this quickly? Okay.
Well, just a date.
Well, how about if I weigh in, if that's all right, Matt, as city manager? Logical next step is the mayor, council member, and support staff try to convene a meeting with Rocky Mountain Power. No reason to believe that Rocky Mountain Power won't take a meeting with us relatively quickly, particularly if other individuals are part of it. I think there were some concerns given the situation about bringing in other entities and what type of negotiation are we getting ourselves into here. I cannot imagine that our good partner in Rocky Mountain Power would have any problem sitting down with the mayor and staff. So maybe we'll try to do that as soon as humanly possible, because this is a relatively time-sensitive issue. And based upon the outcome of that meeting, we'll immediately either report back to council, or the mayor and Councilmember Rubel will provide an update in the next available opportunity at a communication during the meeting. And if there is headway or not, we can make a determination about bringing the item either back, or we're not bringing it back because we're actually making some progress. But to your point, we'll take you up on the offer, and maybe this is where you and Max actually agree. Not actually agree, where you and Max agree.
Hey, he said reasonable.
I didn't mean it like that. I came up.
Wrote that down. Reasonable, compelling.
Where you agree is that if this thing's dead upon arrival and there's nothing to be had here and it's absorbently expensive and that's really unfortunate, we will come back and bring this item before. There's no reason to delay it. However, for making progress, we'll report back to you adequately so you won't have any concerns that it's being strung out and just delayed for no reason. Does that work?
Yes. How do you put that in a motion?
So date uncertain, yeah.
But you're directing us.
The item to date uncertain, and now we've got our marching orders to work with you quickly here in the next month to see if we can pull something together. But I have every confidence in Rocky Mountain Power meeting with the mayor. Absolutely would take that meeting.
All right, so I'll make a motion to continue the other two easements to a date uncertain.
Three more.
Are you, well, really quickly, are you going to bring the Holiday Ranch?
There's two, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there will be three. We'll split them out.
Okay.
For now, it's just two.
So I'll be clear. So I'll make a motion to continue the easements reflected in Exhibit B and Exhibit C to a date uncertain. Is that okay?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you for all the work you're doing on this. You have radio? Okay. Okay, moving right along. Is council okay, or do you need a stretch break? Well, go ahead. Okay, we'll keep. It's procurement, probably. Yeah. Why don't we take a 5 minute stretch break here?
Exciting.
Your attention. That was delicate. Okay, we're going to continue with new business. New business item number 3. Consideration to approve resolution 03-2023, a resolution adopting procurement rules for Park City Municipal Corporation. Welcome, everyone.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Sarah Pierce, Deputy City Manager. We are here today to discuss proposed changes to our procurement rules. 3 main, have our slide show up? Sorry, I got a little head. There we go. We're formalizing current practices, we're recommending policy changes, and we're improving internal process. This is an update. The current policy document has not been updated in over 20 years. It's been amended piecemeal over time. It's not very user-friendly. It does not reflect changes in the Utah code. And we're really looking at this to further promote transparency, fairness, free market competition, economical and efficient purchasing. As we set out, we worked for months with an internal group of staff. I wish they could all be here to represent all of the hard work that went into this. But as we started pulling everything together and really cleaning up all of the work and looking at it, we set 4 goals for ourselves. We wanted to provide a competitive and transparent process. We wanted to establish clear, user-friendly set of rules and procedures, formalize administrative support of managers, and ensure compliance with Utah law. There are kind of 3 main areas that we're going to discuss tonight, along with some of the other work that we did. But all of this is about creating efficiency, clarity, and consistency. The 3 main policy changes are increasing the city manager's approval authority over most contracts up to $100,000, establishing a $30,000 small purchase threshold, and adopting the protest and appeals rules. I'm going to turn it over to Jed.
Good evening, City Council. Jed Briggs, Budget Director. One of the proposals that we're making tonight is increasing the city manager's approval authority for contracts from $25,000 to $100,000. The last time this changed was back in 2003, so it's been over 20 years. So we feel like it's time for an update. By comparison, the Summit County Manager has an authority up to $500,000. So we feel like this is fairly reasonable. A couple of other notes. Part of the reason we're doing this is to increase efficiencies, staff time, council time. In 2022, we conducted 136 procurements with values from $25,000 to $100,000. So those were all staff reports that had to, be written by staff, come to council. Sometimes it could have got on the consent agenda. Sometimes there had to be presentations. So in light of trying to enhance efficiencies for contracts that are lower than $100,000, we felt like this is a good way to increase efficiencies and staff time. The number of procurements has increased exponentially over the last 20 years. Another reason is inflation. You guys were talking about that earlier. If you look back over 20 years, inflation has gone up quite a bit. So if you look at 25,000, it doesn't really make sense to keep it at that level. The budget is a lot bigger. I looked at the operating budget. I pulled out an old budget document from 2003. The operating budget at that time was about 20 million. Now we're close to 80 million. So it's 4 times bigger. More budget means more money, more contracts, more working with vendors and service providers. So it makes sense from kind of a budget standpoint, from a money standpoint, that we want to kind of look to minimize how much these things have to go in front of council. Complexity as well. As the city becomes more professional, We are doing, I think, a lot better job in terms of making sure that we're doing contracts and RFPs and procurements correctly. And the last thing I just wanted to mention on this point was that the council still has the authority to approve all the budget for where these contracts are paid out of. In some cases, that's very clear. There'll be a line item that says this is what this is for. Sometimes it's not as clear, but council does have the authority to approve all these contracts still through the budget process, even though you wouldn't have individual agenda items. And that's it for that one.
Okay, looks like my turn. Kate Brabson, Deputy City Attorney. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the details of these rules, what they are and how they work. And I think one way to start is by understanding where they come from. And this is a comprehensive compilation initially with state code. And what we did is identify the most relevant parts of the state code from the procurement code, from the building improvements and public works code, and then from the road stuff in the transportation chapter. In addition, we added our own rules. That the council is the rulemaking authority under state code. And so we added some detailed rules where that's allowed within the high-level code framework. And those rules are essentially things like thresholds and additional process. One of the things that we did is formalize essentially an existing practice that's been going on we're going to formally designate a procurement official. And that person will be the decision maker for an individual specific procurement. And that may be a different person depending on the item that's being procured, the department, the project manager. We have designated the city manager, and I know he's excited about this, as the overall procurement official, but he will have the ability to delegate that to other folks in the city as appropriate. That person in each instance will ensure the appropriate process is taking place and be able to be the decision maker as questions come up. Now, a procurement official is a little bit different from the procurement manager. I know that was talked about at the last meeting on the procurement rules, and Kirsten's going to talk a little bit about that role later on. That's more of an administrative role. It's a little bit different than a formal procurement official. Go on. Now, I know that last time you were given some details about how the standard procurement processes worked, and I don't want to repeat any of that stuff here, but I did want to just at least note for the record, all of these standard procurement processes listed here and in the rules come from state code, that they aren't things that we are creating, and those aren't additional processes or procedures that we are adding. Where we have supplemented here is added some additional rulemaking for a couple of these processes where that's allowed. Let's go on. For example, the procurement code allows for a small purchase process if a procurement authority chooses to have that in their arsenal of options. So we took that and added some procurement rules. And we have proposed a $30,000 threshold limit. So anything up to $30,000 would have its own procurement rules here. And we have proposed three or more, minimum of 3 written quotations that would have to be obtained by the procurement official. And then in the case of design professionals, that's a little bit of a different animal. And those are folks like architects, engineers, surveyors, planning professionals, the kind of folks that we hire quite regularly here. And those folks are procured by using a qualification method rather than simply price, because price is not the most determinative criteria there. So in the case of design professionals, we would get qualifications from at least 3 or more, select the highest ranking one, and then negotiate a price from that point. We had some procedures or some guidelines for what to do in the event you only get a single quote. I know probably you think maybe that doesn't happen very often, but it does happen even in much larger cities where I used to work at the city and at the airport. There were occasions where we only got a single quote for something that we were fairly surprised by at times. So it's not that unusual. The purchase will ultimately be made in something less than $30,000. The criteria will be based on the best interest of the city. in light of the needs, cost, and availability. And there's also the option to create an approved vendor list, and we would have reasonable efforts must be made to rotate between the vendors on an approved vendor list. And there's procedures about how to create one of those lists, and you can still use that vendor list to get quotes for your small purchases. We have also added some supplemental procurement processes in this document. Those are, again, something that's coming straight from the code that's available now and folks are using now. We just don't have it in our resource, in our purchasing policy resource that staff are using. So as part of formalizing this practice, we added state cooperative contracts. You may be aware the Utah Department of Purchasing negotiates contracts for many different items, and they are usually better value, better price, and we can piggyback onto that effort. And we've added rules about when to use those, and we did add some guidelines here above and beyond the state code where we want to make sure that anybody here at the city piggybacking onto a state cooperative contract ensures that we have appropriate indemnification and insurance provisions in that contract. We also added an option for other state of Utah governmental entities where they have entered into procurement and reached contract terms, and we can piggyback on those as well. And that's something that's allowed in the code. And we've added similar protections for those supplemental processes. Exemptions, exceptions, and waivers. Now, these are also taken from the code. Generally speaking, some examples of common exemptions are real property. That's not something that follows this procurement process. Grants, incidental items. Nobody's going out and shopping for pens using one of our procurement systems. Just simple things. The idea is we want to make it efficient, reasonable, and practical, and again, getting the best value for the city. Exemptions don't require any procurement process. Exceptions and waivers require that the procurement official make a finding that those exceptions apply. So we added the ones from the code, the trial use contracts, although we did add an additional guideline here that requires city manager approval of trial use contracts. That's not from the code. So that's something that's additional. Extensions and modifications, those are short-term for the most part in unusual circumstances, longer term for situations, for example, in a construction contract where you need to extend the term so it can be completed. That doesn't really change the scope or the cost, or you're changing technical requirements in a construction contract. That's a common situation. Emergency procurements, hopefully we won't have to have those anytime soon. Waiver, those are very rare. Very rare do you see those. Those are in unusual circumstances where it really isn't making any sense to follow the procurement process. You're not going to get a better value. You're not going to improve your purchase ability by doing one of these competitive processes. And it's typically in a situation where the item is the sole source. There's only one producer. It's a very specialized or unique item. In very rare circumstances, I did one at the airport where we had to procure the security doors that you walk through coming out into the baggage claim. And our engineers and designers and executive director wanted a certain one. And that's what they wanted. And so we went to the mayor and got a waiver to do that exact kind of security door. And there were design reasons for that. But it was just didn't make sense to go out for a competitive process. So a waiver is, again, very rare, not something that you're going to see a lot of. And one new thing that we've added that is not in existing practices, we are going to propose that you opt into the state process for protest and appeals. There are code processes for procurement protests and appeals to court, and it requires an affirmative opt-in. You don't automatically get those provisions unless the procurement unit officially opts into them. And in that situation, instead of the council serving as the protest officer, we would have the procurement official do that. These rules contain things like deadlines, standards for evaluation, remedies. The procurement official, the protest officer would have to give a written decision on the particular protest, which is appealable to the Utah Court of Appeals, but a very high standard, arbitrary, capricious, or illegal. And I can just say we strongly recommend opting in to these rules because we had an experience at Salt Lake with a procurement protest that dragged on for years with our rules that were not very definite or certain. And after that experience, we promptly adopted into these particular rules to save us the pain of going through that experience. Again, very rare. To my knowledge, we've never had a procurement protest, but we're growing, we're getting larger. We hope that never happens. Now we'll be prepared with this much more robust process going forward. Now I'm going to turn it over to Kirsten.
Hello. Okay, great. I'm Kirsten Darrington. I am the Grants and Contracts Coordinator with the Budget Department here. And I'm going to quickly walk through some of the administrative processes we're looking to improve in light of adopting these new rules. I mean, we realize with such a big lift here, like Jed said, these haven't been updated in a while. We know that we also have to provide the other side of that, which is internal support to our staff. Especially, we all know change can be hard, especially, change this big. So we knew we had to look at updating all of our processes. Starting from the beginning of this, we knew one of the things we wanted to do was learn from our peers. So we reached out to the state procurement office, as well as Salt Lake County and Summit County to say, what are your best practices? What's working for you? And that was very helpful. Another thing we did that Sarah mentioned was meeting with our staff over the course of a few months, getting their feedback, saying, what can we do to make this process more user-friendly for you? And even at times getting their input on the rules as we were drafting them where appropriate. So a huge shout out to the staff. They were incredibly responsive, no matter how many times we went back to them, and many of them in this room. So just a huge thank you. So then based on those information gathering sessions from staff, from our partners, we are working on updating our purchasing guidelines, procedures, and trainings. We are also, a big thing is looking to implement the use of the state's procurement website, Utah Public Procurement Place. And this would be for all of our procurement postings, in addition to using the city website, so RFPs, invitation for bids, things like that. And it's been, we've been doing that with several departments right now, and I'm happy to say it seems that when we are doing a post, we're seeing this information go out to a lot more vendors, which has been really exciting. And I'll close my section just by giving you a quick preview of some of the materials we're looking at. This is just a draft of one of the flow charts we're putting together. This is a high level capture of the new proposed, the purchasing process. And this would be in addition to developing other materials, which include FAQ sheets, just various one-on-one trainings, updated checklists to help with the RFP and the contracting process. And then I imagine there would be many more as we hone in on what are the questions staff is getting hung up on, what are the different needs we have. So we continue to be responsive. And one thing we're excited about is all of this would go into one easily accessible place for all employees. So say one web page where if you were new to Park City, you could come in on your first day and be like, where do I go? How do I start an RFP? And it's like, there you go. So that would be something we continually be updating and stay on top of. And with that, I'm going to kick it over to Jed to talk about the procurement manager position.
Thank you, Kirsten. So one of the budget requests that will be coming before council is a procurement manager. And as you can see, what Kirsten just went through, there's a lot that we are proposing and want to do in terms of kind of enhancing our performance and enhancing our level of service in this regard. It's very much an internal service, but it requires someone to really own it and be in charge of it. And so that's why we're proposing this procurement manager position. One of the things I was just going to mention is this position would really act as a guide for a lot of the different departments at the city. As you can imagine, an RFP has a lot of rules and regulations in terms of how to do it correctly, especially coming from the state. And there are many departments and staff that don't have the expertise to do those. And so they need someone to help them, to guide them, to lead them in how to do it. There are certain departments that are kind of power users. They probably don't need as much help. Public utilities is a good example. They're always doing contracts, but there's a lot of departments that just don't do it very often, maybe once every 2 or 3 years. And so they just need that guide, that resource to help them say, okay, this is what you need to do. And these are all the tools, and just kind of walk them through that process. Enhanced training and oversight. Again, kind of talking about the number of contracts and RFPs, procurements has gone up exponentially over the last 20 years. And so we got to make sure that we're protecting the city and doing it correctly per state code standards. Trying to streamline the process, as Kirsten talked about. We want to make sure that we're consistent across the whole city, making sure that every RFP is done with the same manner and how we're doing it in different departments. Right now, as it stands, the city attorney's office is kind of bearing the brunt of all of these RFPs that are coming through. And that isn't really their role or responsibility. It's very common, especially with cities that are processing this number of RFPs and procurements, to have a procurement position or a procurement office. And so right now we're a little bit out of whack, I would say, in that regard. And then lastly is just a better tracking of RFPs, contracts, budgets. One thing that I think we struggle with a little bit is making sure that we're budgeting the contract amounts correctly, and that a lot of times, you'll do a project budget, and it might take 2 or 3 years to get that done. And we have to make sure that all those contracts are up to date, that they're not expiring, that the insurance isn't expiring, that if there's a change order, that someone is managing that and making sure that that's going back to council for an approval, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of that is happening in a very kind of decentralized manner, and we want to centralize it to make sure that we're doing everything that we're supposed to be doing. So at the end of it, it's really just about protecting the city and making sure that we're doing the things that we're supposed to be doing.
All right, that's it for our presentation. So turn it over to you.
Thanks. Wow. That was a tremendous amount of work. Thank you all for doing that. After 20 years, it seems like it's about time that we really looked at this. Would the position that you're proposing, would that monitor when contracts are going to expire, say so in a year or 2 years, so that council can get out ahead of that and not be asked at the last minute to renew a contract?
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, a lot of that is being done by the project managers themselves. And so we want to make sure that we have a complete contract tracking list, so we can make sure that we're getting those back in front of council when they're supposed to be back in front of council and doing it correctly.
Okay, thank you. Council, what questions? Right?
Yeah, just a couple. Would the procurement manager become the procurement official once that person's hired, or it remains with the city manager?
So there is some overlap, but they are two different things. The procurement manager would be doing all the things that Jed talked about for the entire city. Procurement official would be the person making the decisions about an individual procurement, making sure there's a selection committee appointed, making sure that you're using the right type of process, whether it's an RFP or a design professional or some other process that needs to be directed by someone. So the procurement official will make all of those decisions. They will also make decisions about rejecting non-responsive proposals, dealing with things like when you get a bid that comes in and the math is wrong, you get bids that come in that are technically late. What do you do? There's these kinds of decisions that are being made on a procurement by procurement basis, so the procurement official will run the procurement. The manager will be, it's more than administrative, but more on the back end administrative side as well, making sure that the templates are up to date, everybody is getting trained and understands the process. Also monitoring the contracting process, which comes after the procurement. That's really where the procurement manager has the bulk of their work, is managing that contracting process. That's separate from how do we determine what's the best value for the city and what's the best competitive process to use. Right now, people are acting in quasi-procurement official roles, but this will formalize it and give better guidelines and definitions and authority to that role.
Okay. And then I think we talked about this a year ago too, but it still seems just awkward that the procurement official is also the protest officer. Like,
yes,
I know that they're supposed to step out when they've made a substantial or substantive part of it, but if they're the procurement official, isn't that every single?
Yep, there's actually some code that addresses that very question, and it allows the procurement official to serve as a protest officer expressly.
Right.
So it's not unusual for that to happen. If it was a decision that they made that was actually the subject of the protest, then we would have the procurement official assign that protest officer role to someone else. Again, keep in mind, protests are very, very rare and aren't likely to happen very often. And oftentimes the protest could be almost anything, but it's often more about the substance and not necessarily the procurement process. It's about the ones that we've been involved in are very rare and you can't really even characterize them. And I mean, it wouldn't have made a difference if the procurement official had been the decider in that particular case. So to the extent you're concerned about a conflict, we would make sure that wasn't an issue.
Okay. It just seems like if the procurement official is always making the decisions, they're always conflicted.
But the protest may not be about that decision. It may be about something different.
Okay, but aren't they always protesting a procurement decision? Or are you saying it's not always?
Well, I'm trying to think of some examples where this would come up.
Yeah, that might help make it a little more real because
the one we were involved in, they were essentially arguing that some of the members of the selection committee were biased, for example. And so that was the question. It wasn't about the procurement official being biased. It was about the members of the selection committee being biased. And we have created in our administrative process already since I came here, we now have a form that all of our selection committee members sign that goes through what potential conflicts of interest might be, requires them to be disclosed, and requires them to agree that they don't have any of those particular conflicts of interest, and also addresses the confidentiality of the procurement. But in our particular case, the one that I'm familiar with, the argument was that the selection committee members were biased. That was one of many arguments. Okay. But so in that instance, it would be, it would not be a conflict for the procurement official to then hear evidence about why those folks were biased and make a decision based on the standards in this code that we want to opt into. There's essentially standards to evaluate the merits of the protest and what the folks protesting have to establish. And then from there, it also gives you a guideline as to what your remedies are, whether it's a pre-bid protest or a post-procurement protest. Those are two different things. And I've got a little bit of experience with both, sadly. A pre-bid protest, we had one actually that we got the protest and we redid the RFP and we changed the parameters based on that pre-bid protest. And again, that decision was made by the procurement official, which could also be the protest officer, essentially saying, okay, there may be some merit to this pre-bid protest, but if we go back and make these changes, we'll solve that particular concern. And so, again, I can think of 2 or 3 instances where I've had a protest even occur. So I don't expect, to my knowledge, we've never had one here. That's what I've been told, but it certainly is a possibility.
Okay. And then the separate question. So now these contracts that we see today in, I guess the 25 to 100,000 range that are sort of daylighted to us, on our agenda. Do we see those through staff communications, or are they rolled up to us in some way for us to see that procurement activity? Even though we're not the approver anymore?
Well, we do have an idea for how we could make sure that council and frankly the public is aware of all contracts that are less than $100,000 through using Laserfish. We need to do a little work on that. There may be some programming involved, but they wouldn't come to you on an agenda because part of what happens now is sometimes they're delayed in terms of finalizing a deal because there may not be a council meeting for 2 weeks or 3 weeks or the agenda's full or whatever. So
Right.
if council wanted them to come as a, quarterly comms, we could do that too.
That's what I imagined, like a staff comms or just something to show it, or website or whatever you have in mind. Just so we don't lose them. Okay, yeah, got it. That's all I had.
And all of those contracts that would be approved have already been budgeted for. So anything that wasn't budgeted wouldn't go through that. Wouldn't come that way.
Yeah, and the rules are really clear that you can't enter into a contract unless there's funds appropriated.
Okay. Anna?
I just have a couple of questions, and thank you guys for this staff report. I know it's very complex and very daunting, and you've made it fun. And no, I mean, it was like there was some like fun, like the new flag was real fun. But thank you, and I like the idea of the flow chart. I think that's super helpful. It was very helpful for me to look at, and I'm sure it is for our staff as well. Because you mentioned it in here, can you just go into a little more detail on when we would be using the RFQ versus the RFP? Do we have do we have that defined or yeah?
Well, so the first section in each one of these processes is when to use. And that's obviously more directed to give people some user-friendly guidance, but there are some hard and fast rules, and then there's some places where you can choose. If you're doing a design professional procurement, you have to use that design professional process, which means it's 2 steps. You start out by requesting qualifications, and then you can negotiate a price from that point. So it's always the 2 steps. You could also get the qualifications and then use additional competitive processes at that point. So there's some options there. If you're doing a building improvement and a public work project, you have the bid limits that are set in code. If it's above that amount, you have to do a formal invitation to bid. And I think the bid limit is about 58,000 for building improvements, and I think it's 180 something for public works. If it's below that, you can do a bid if you think that's going to get you the best option and it's the easiest, straightforward way to go. You can also do an RFP, and you might want to, if there are some components of that project that are not just price determinative, if there are some things where quality or other criteria make sense. So if it's price determinative, probably an invitation bid for bid is the way you're going to want to go. That's going to get you your best result the quickest.
Okay, great. And then Ryan asked the questions kind of a little bit about what the role was, but I just I think I heard you say this, just want to clarify. So if we have stakeholders, a group like we are doing with the small area plan, that would still be done by Matt, not by the procurement manager. Like they would find the people and create the group. Does that make sense? I just was wondering like who's going to be.
I understand. You're going to have to.
It's not working specifically on that. She's asking about the formation of evaluation committees and whether that's a procurement official. Whether the procurement official selects the evaluation committees?
Yes, the procurement official does select. Correct.
The manager would stay on that group.
They could. They wouldn't have to, but it's certainly an option.
Okay.
If you think about how many procurements we do in a year, there's no way that the procurement manager could sit on every single selection committee. Really, their role is to guide staff through the process and make sure they're going step by step, doing the right process, doing an RFQ versus an RFP, all of the different, and they're doing their selection committee correctly, they're scoring it correctly, evaluating correctly. They're kind of managing the process.
Got it. Okay.
And every manager will still put together their selection committees and run through that process because they're the best one to decide what's going to work for their business, right?
Right. No, that is perfect. That's a great example or a great definition. And then can you just define local when we're talking about the 5%? Is this like 84060, Wasatch Back, Park City, Utah?
It's in here.
Is it? Okay. I might have.
I'm gonna make sure I say it correctly. Local business within the boundaries of Summit County with an intent to remain there on a permanent basis, and a current business license issued either by the county or the city, and at least one employee physically present.
That's that. Thank you.
Okay, Max. Jeremy?
Yeah, I have a few for you. Buckle up, I guess. So this conversation around the procurement official and procurement manager, I mean, to me, it comes down to a conversation of independence, right? And it's not making a lot of sense to me. It feels like we're formalizing something, but not really implementing an independence lens on it. So there's these conflicts. Like one of the things I would hope to get out of this is that we don't have actual or the perception of bias in any of our contract management moving forward, which is a great thing to have a procurement manager for. But if we're letting, beyond just the protest official being the same as the procurement official, we're also letting the procurement official delegate, and then we're letting the delegated people appoint selection committees, right? So that, I just have a hard time. I mean, I come from a Big Four background. Maybe it's just been beaten into me, but it just doesn't seem that there's independence there. It sounds better though. Do you know what I'm saying? Can you make me feel better about that? Am I wrong? I'm happy to be wrong.
I guess I'm not entirely sure what you're asking, but I will tell you that we're following, all of the things you're talking about are really coming and are inherent in that state code framework. And what we're proposing here is, my very much common experience in other agencies, at Salt Lake and at the airport. The selection committee has to be at least a minimum of 3 people, but it could be up to, however many you want, 6 or 8 or 10. And in fact, I think some of our recent procurements, the Bonanza area plan had a whole bunch of folks outside the city. The one that we just did for the mine bench, that had a whole bunch of folks from Vail in the county and other areas where they're doing affordable housing projects. And so there is input from outside the city, but at the end of the day, it's the city making a purchase. And so the city has to decide what the best value is in a particular given situation based on, what's available, what my needs are. And the procurement official understands what their needs are. That's essentially their role.
Yeah, I guess the issue I have with it is they're part of the decision-making process. So why couldn't the procurement official just appoint people to the selection committee or delegate to a department manager who then appoints people to a selection committee who they know support a desired outcome? There's no separation there.
Again,
maybe I can give just one small example because there's an RFP that we're in the middle of right now. Granicus, our staff report processing software, our contract expires in December, and Michelle is the owner of that software for the city. And so she wrote the RFP with help from, I believe Scott Robertson helped and a few of us. We ran it through the process. It went through the legal department to review and make sure we were following all the steps and we had the right things in the RFP. The RFP was then posted and put out for bid. We got 7 responses. All of those responses were sent into Michelle. She then invited a group of a various group of staff who work with the Granicus process in different ways. So some people that write staff reports, some people like Jasmine was on the selection committee because of her role. And I was on the selection committee, a bunch of us that have different ways into Granicus. Michelle certainly has things she wants to see from it, but it's not just about what Michelle wants because the rest of us use it in different ways. So we sat down, we read through all of the RFPs. We immediately eliminated 3 because they didn't even respond to the scope of work that we had put in the RFP. And then we did demos with all of them. We narrowed it down to 2. And then we've widened the process even further and invited more staff in to do an additional set of demos just to make sure that that decision is the right one for the city. So I think that the majority of our RFP process are similar to that. We want to make the best decision and we're trying to get as many different perspectives that come in. But Michelle owned that through and through because she ultimately is responsible for that software. And if we had a procurement manager, Jed or Kirsten or me, I wouldn't have known, what to look for and how to start that RFP where she has, she's more close to that subject matter. Does that help?
Could I also just throw in that for RFPs, there are criteria set forth in the RFP and there are score sheets, and each of the selection committee fills out their score sheet, all of which are public records at the end of the procurement. So it's not like it's not, the idea is to be transparent.
No, I get it. And I think you're right. When there's good intentions and the process is followed how it's meant to be, great. But we're not forcing an independence separation with this policy. I guess that's my hang up on it. We're just assuming that everyone will act in goodwill. And it's like, if you're setting a policy, why wouldn't you set it to make sure that happens? Because the folks who are acting in the right way wouldn't be harmed by that, but it would stop bad actors from potentially abusing it.
I don't know if this will be responsive, but remember the, city code and state law have an overlay in terms of what conduct is prohibited. In other words, just like elected officials can't vote on a matter that involves a business in which they own a substantial interest, when city employees engage or participate in a procurement process, that's why we have the disclosure and the conflict statement that Kate mentioned earlier. They sign something saying, I don't have a conflict. I don't own a substantial interest. I'm not going to be acting, with bias. They have to evaluate appearance of impropriety from the standpoint of a reasonable person, right? But they have to go through and they sign a document, an ethical pledge, so to speak, to help them think through all of that. So there is an overlay, and we do have guardrails in place that are working.
Debatable, but there's
from
also
a reasonable person standard. That's the
debatable, but there's also a way that you could implement a separation, but we don't need to beat it to death. It just doesn't feel like it's there. Vendor rotation was a topic I want to talk about a bit. And I know there was a bunch of stuff in there. So maybe can we just simply summarize how often do vendors have to requalify to be on the approved vendor list?
Turn back on. There's 2 kinds of approved vendor lists, open and closed. And one is if you hold your creation of the list open for a specific period of time, usually just a few weeks. That's called the closed list. You don't add to it over time. That has a maximum term of 18 months. The kind of approved vendor list that is open and vendors can come in, submit qualifications and be added to the list. An open list can go on indefinitely, but they have to be requalified. Everybody on the list has to be requalified every 18 months.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yep, sure does. Advertising time. So it's on there that minimum advertising time was 7 days.
It depends on the type of procurement. It depends on whether it's a construction project that's in excess of the bid limit, for example. Those are all straight out of code. We actually just got a bill passed a couple of weeks ago that changes some of that. Almost everything has to go on UP3, the State Division of Purchasing website. There are a few options for on some of the construction projects that are in excess of the bid limit, where they're going to require things to be posted publicly in the affected area. That's in the new legislation that was just recently passed. It was a comprehensive notice bill that was passed.
So could we make it longer?
You could, absolutely.
Okay.
And just to add to that, from a staff standpoint, when we are posting RFPs or there's a best practice is generally a few weeks, or because we want to make sure we're getting the word out there. We want to be transparent. We want to ensure competition. So we have our legal minimum, but the best practice is generally I think, three weeks or so, or 2 to 3 weeks.
You want to get as many people as you can most of the time. You want to encourage folks to send in proposals and to bid on things, because that's how you're going to get the best value and the most competition.
So if that's our practice, and then we also have these other procurement mechanisms, if we needed to do something quicker, like emergency procurements, trial procurements, all that other stuff, why wouldn't we align it with our leading practice that we use? That time frame, the minimum. Like, why have 7 days if we expect that we'll always want it standard operating procedure of 21 days or something?
Go ahead.
I think I understand your question. We could by rule extend the threshold notice provisions required by state code. I think the reason that we aren't recommending that in the set of rules is because something could come up if we mandate a 21-day notice. And for some reason, 14 really better meets the business needs. That doesn't qualify as an emergency procurement. So we have sort of inadvertently tied our hands to both be competitive, meet the legal requirements, but also meet the city's business needs. So that's why I think we're trying to have the best of both, right? Meet the state requirements, but also have a best practice that extends it when, for most cases.
Yeah, I always go back to, if that's how we think we should operate, then that's what the policy should reflect. And we have other mechanisms if we needed a shorter time frame. But
You would not be able to go shorter. You can always go longer voluntarily, but you wouldn't be able, if we put it in here, we wouldn't be able to go shorter than that.
Like trial contracts,
For a
emergency
regular
procurement, that wouldn't
Right.
cover the gap that we're talking
This is the minimum that we need. So you can go longer, but
for
you
a
can't go
regular
less.
procurement.
Right.
Right. Okay. Well, all right. Local business match. So that had this 5% thing. Why is that 5%? Like, why not have that be any local bidders or 50% or a bigger number?
That's
just
been a policy selection that was made that I've just lived with based on where we were.
So can you tell me if I'm understanding that right? What that really means is, if we pick a successful bidder who's not local, that we extend an offer essentially to the local bidders to say you could match their price and terms. Is that really what it's about? Or
Yes.
But they have to be responsive and responsible.
Right.
It's not just reopen.
Right.
Yeah.
A qualified bidder.
Okay. All right. Cooperative purchasing. So the language in there that concerned me was, we can use a procurement from another government entity as long as it followed their procurement rules, which, like, we know the state ours were in. I mean, is that really good business for us? Or could we have something where it like had to follow our rules loosely, or some other kind of guardrails, to use your words? That,
Again, this doesn't come up very often. We added this specifically for something that's already ongoing, and that is the UDOT consultant qualified pool. And our transit folks, in our efforts to get feedback, really wanted to have that ability, and we wanted to put it in here with guardrails, because they've been able to use it very much to get better prices and availability, because the people that apply to be in those pools, it's a lot of work to get qualified to be in there. And so they're not bidding on our little transit projects. They're not interested. And so it's almost the only way to even get some of the work done that transit needed to have done. They couldn't get any responses to some of their RFPs. And so they finally went to the UDOT qualified consultant pool and were able to get a contract that way, because those folks are pre-qualified. That list is, those vendors are requalified every 18 months by UDOT, and they have pre-negotiated price and terms.
I just want to follow up on that. There are inherently guardrails in this, because of course the Utah code is the guardrails. And you said, look at the state our policy was in. Well, our policy hadn't been updated for 19 years. the practices that we've been implementing are following state code. We've just given it a much more robust set of definitions and outline processes. And so there are guardrails in here in terms of the Utah code is the floor.
Well, so the example makes sense. I guess there's this overarching theme of we want to make our policy so flexible that we could do what we need to do. I mean, that's how I'm interpreting this. If it's for like a UDOT pool of approved vendors, that's different to me than having this, the way it's written, it sounds like there could be some city somewhere in Utah that does a procurement. And as long as they followed their procurement rules and they're not in trouble with the state or something, that we could not go through our own procurement process.
I could give you an example of something. Contracting with High Valley Transit to provide microtransit is an exact example of this. So we're piggybacking on a procurement process that they already did with their microtransit vendor, and we didn't go through a procurement process to get that.
Yeah, absolutely. Which could be argued if it's good or bad, right? But yeah, all right. Approved vendor dollar caps. So it was in there that we could implement one from a policy level if we so chose to. Is that? But right now it's wide open.
I don't keep forgetting. It's not, I wouldn't say it's completely wide open. I mean, any contract over 100,000 is still coming back here to council. So it's not just if we're going to, head off and write checks.
Okay. Then the exemptions, there were a bunch in here. I mean, I guess item B around acquisitions from another public entity, we just talked about. Supplies purchased for resale to the public, didn't really understand. The miscellaneous, like anytime there's miscellaneous in something, it makes me super nervous. Is there any cap on the exemptions?
No, and most of the exemptions are things like real property and grants that would come before you anyway.
Yeah.
So they don't really follow the same procurement process. That makes sense.
Yeah, but there's this other stuff, right? Like
There are.
There's a bunch of things listed.
Right. And again, they come out of the code and we added them in here so folks have a comprehensive resource. Most of these things are items that would be difficult to procure by one of these other processes, like retaining outside counsel, although we have done an RFP for outside counsel for the kind of work that's, definable and ongoing. It's difficult to just hire or get an RFP for outside counsel when I need somebody tomorrow for my preliminary injunction matter, for example. Again, you can always do an RFP for any of these things. You just don't have to.
Contract modifications, the way that I read that says they're allowed without council approval if the cost modification seems reasonable. Is that right?
So there's some specific parameters here. If you look in 2.2, the contract authority threshold, if a change is more than 10% of the contract amount or more than 100,000, then it comes back to council.
Parallels current.
That's the current policy, except the threshold is higher because it's 100,000 now instead of 25.
So it's whichever is lower of the 10% or 100,000. I thought it was whichever is higher.
It's 100,000 up to $1 million, which would be 10. And then after that, 10% of the contract amount.
Okay. And then waiver of process. Didn't really understand that one, where the procurement official could determine for convenience towards the public, or however it's worded.
Yeah, convenience of the public that's a term that the code uses for when a waiver is appropriate. And I think I talked about how rare a waiver is. In our particular situation, it may be for the convenience of the public that we procure the particular type of item or in a way that's quicker or more rapidly. We need something, we need it tomorrow, and it's not necessarily an emergency. Something for transit comes to mind. So there is a way here, if the procurement official, you have to make a finding and you have to do it in writing. And if it was an amount that would come before council, you would be approving that particular justification for the waiver. So it's not like it's a free for all.
So the waiver, to get a waiver of process, it would come to council?
If it was an amount over 100,000, yes.
And then in terms of the dollar amount, I'll just mention, I mean, I'm super uncomfortable with raising it to 100,000. I think we still haven't gotten the answer back on the other one we were talking about under the grant stuff, the 60,000. You know, so I think in my mind, like, why? I don't know. It makes me really uncomfortable. And if we go back through all these agendas, I bet we find some pretty important contracts that were between 50 and 100,000 that seeing retroactively may not drive the same level of discussion and clear policy. So I guess my overarching comment based on these answers and the discussion is, I feel like we're going way too loose with this, giving way too much control away from the policymaking body and not implementing enough independence measures. It's one guy's opinion.
Okay, Becca?
So though I'm just going to ask this question. Maybe I'm just going to ask it to Jeremy. So what do you think is the role of a policy making body to make specific decisions about purchases when we don't have the skills necessarily?
We're talking about a procurement policy.
Yeah, but you're just saying that you set up the policy body, which would be us, correct? We're a high level policy body. So I guess I
don't think you understand the concept though. I mean,
I think I actually do understand the concept.
well,
so
that's the question if you did.
Well,
right now,
I'm going to say right now, I have my concern is more along the lines of how much work a procurement official is, because this is be a whole nother level of duty. It sounds like there are quite a number of procurements that we handle every year. And so when we say that we're going to make someone our city manager, the procurement office official, does that add a significant amount of work to your schedule? And also, how common is it for the city manager to be a procurement official?
I think this is an example of something that we are asking to formalize through rules adopted by council. But it's a practice that's going on right now. I mean, we've got a lot of managers that run a lot of procurements. Again, some people are power users. And others, you know, the city recorder might run an RFP every year, right? And so she's acting as the procurement official over that procurement with resources from people who could help. This is formalizing it that the procurement official is the city manager. Our proposal would be he delegates to those super users and other people who need to conduct processes. We can do that in writing. We can have it in a file. It'll be transparent. And I think it will help provide sort of clarification and also help those people, you know this is something I own and I'm responsible for, and I'm going to do the trainings and all of that. So learning this may initially be more work on your city manager's plate, although we are sort of informally doing this right now.
Okay. All right. And I will say, can I ask how many hours does a typical city council does a typical packet require from, the Department of Origination, from review to city manager and legal?
It depends, right? Every staff report that gets put into Granicus goes through multiple levels of review. Like if I put something in and I send it to Matt or Sarah as my supervisor, and then it comes back to me. And then once I've made those changes, it might go to Jed as Sarah's supervisor, and then it comes back to me and I make those changes. And then it goes to Matt as the city manager to finalize. So
Okay.
lots of people touch every single thing in Granicus many times.
Including all the consent items that are just, some of them are pretty small level. So for every single item on our, every item under those 136 items potentially take up hours and hours of city staff time for multiple departments every week. Okay. So I guess thank you for clarifying that, because it's one thing to see 136 and then it's also another to understand what that means. And then you said the Summit County has 500,000, which seems high. What is their, sorry, I might be ignorant. I don't understand what their budget is, their annual budget. Is it similar to ours or is it much bigger?
Our operating budgets are pretty similar. I don't have the number off the top of my head, but that last time I looked.
Do they have different exemptions? Do you know of? I mean, it sounds like you guys worked with them or collaborated with them to get some information. Do they have exemptions other than ours or waivers broader than ours or more strict or?
You know, it's fairly similar. Again, most of what's in here, it's designed to be a resource for our folks to use. It's 90% of it's coming straight from code, and then we added things here and there. What we added was to add things like the small purchase process and put actual rules in there rather than sort of informally doing it, which is what has been the practice. So it's not dissimilar from Summit County.
Okay. And then just really quick to clarify. So the procurement manager is more the administrative duties, and procurement official is kind of that high level, making sure that things go into kind of the right pot. And then once after that kind of initial decision, it's the selection committees and the procurement manager manage it unless there's that appeal. And then he's the, the protest. That's what I was thinking.
Protest officer, but we hope we don't ever have any protest officers. That would be our goal. But the procurement manager is managing the contracting process, where the procurement official is really managing that competitive part of how you're going to select your particular good, service, technology, or construction, or whatever you're trying to acquire.
Thank you for probably having to clarify that for like the 8th time tonight.
Okay, let's go ahead and open public input. If you're joining us online, please go ahead and put your hand up. If there's anyone here that would like to make a comment, please come on up. Nope.
No hands raised, Mayor.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close the public input portion. Council comments or a motion?
Just a couple of comments. I mean, there's no right answer on this stuff. There's balance, there's trade-offs. I think we're kind of getting more fast and flexible and efficient. And the trade-off is, anytime we're getting things maybe a little bit less daylight in advance, it's kind of like a risk versus safety thing. I think overall the policy approach makes sense. I want to be more fast and flexible and efficient. More than I see a problem with scrutiny of smaller contracts. So just a couple of thoughts. One, we talked about sort of daylighting. I think it's key for us just to be able to evaluate how the policy is going. So daylighting the contracts that are under 100,000 that we're not seeing, and some type of communication, and coming back and revisiting at some interval, I think, how things are going. Maybe in 6 months, just formally revisiting things. How's it going? And then the second piece, just on the protests. I mean, if the protests are so rare, did you consider any type of notice provision, or if they don't happen that much, could there be a notice to council, or whether we're informed or consulted, and council could weigh in and select an alternate protest officer? Just some way to say, yeah, we didn't just give full empowerment to have everything embodied in one person and hope they make the right ethical choices.
You're talking about notice on receipt of a protest?
Right. We've received a protest, notice to council. Council may elect to take it up on its agenda, or allow staff to, or something. You see where I'm going?
As you all know, when the council is the appeal body, it can cause other problems, right? I mean, not only can it politicize something that should be fact-based, but it can delay things, and it can also mean that you all have to be careful of what conversations you have in case you ever become the protest authority, right? So I think Kate heard you say, which is what I heard you say, could we insert a provision that anytime there is a protest, council's notified? That's easy. Otherwise, we'll have to go back and evaluate how the timelines work, because it's not designed to go to a governing body and then back, right? You want this to keep moving. And when you involve the governing body, sometimes that changes that flow.
I want to keep going. I guess I'm imagining protests specifically being so rare.
Yep.
and being a potential issue, and having the person overseeing the process also being the person who hears it, which I understand from these examples where that might make complete sense. But where somehow it injects some oversight into it, maybe where we would never select ourselves as the appeal body, but we could direct the I can't keep this term straight. We got to change all that. That's part of it. Got to be a big change. The official, select an alternate protest official. It might be too hard to create a process flow around that. I don't know, but that was the only idea I had around that awkwardness. If someone has an idea, or if you have an idea that you thought about bringing up, otherwise, my thought is to approve it as written, revisit it in 6 months, and have us continue to look at a good set of information to evaluate it.
Hannah?
No comment.
All right. How do you feel about reviewing in 6 months?
That's fine.
Okay. Max?
Oh, boy, comments. I'll keep my powder dry here. I'm good.
How about 6 months review? Okay. Jeremy?
I think I've made my point clear. There's a lack of independence. We're still going to have bias, perceived or real, between procurement activities and the people running them. The advertising time's too short. The local business match should be higher. Cooperative purchasing could be tighter. But I kind of feel like the council's going to approve it anyway, so go with it.
Becca?
Well, I think it was interesting that Ryan just kind of defined this as more fast and flexible, whereas I don't necessarily think that was the overall intent at all. The overall intent was to have a policy that created some procedural guidelines for every department to follow, so that we don't have one department doing something one way and another department doing something another way, and to really codify kind of expectations and to put us in line with the state code. And so I don't know if this actually makes us any faster or more flexible, but I do appreciate the fact that we are now in line with state code. Well, we would be now in line with state code, and that we do have these procedures and templates and all these other tools that will hopefully take us to a higher level of professionality. I think that maybe people can always express concern about bias or something to some degree. I think when you're in public office or the state, people are always accusing us of something or another, but I feel this is a huge step in the right direction. I know it's taken a lot of work and a lot of collaboration with other communities and the state. And I think that this is a big step forward. Max, do you want to say something, or do you want me to make a motion?
I do think I think the one place where I agree with you and Ryan, actually, I think it does actually make things more fast and flexible in terms of the size of the contract, because it takes that away from the governing body here, where we have to see every contract between $25,000 and $100,000. So in that regard, I think it does actually make us a little bit more efficient.
Good point.
But if we kept the same policy in place, or this policy with a $25,000 cap, would be far less flexible and fast and efficient. I think this actually would improve the process. It adds transparency to the process. We're just kind of coming into sort of modern times in terms of the amount that we're allowing for that to go through that process. So, I feel like I lived through like an episode of Tucker Carlson tonight. It's really interesting to have this conversation, and it feels like, I'm sorry, Jeremy, but it feels like an attack on the integrity of the people who work within the government. And I know that you have a ton of respect for folks in the government, but almost every comment was, somebody's going to do the wrong thing instead of the right thing. And we just don't have a long history of that in this city. We don't have a long history of that at all in Park City. And frankly, I'm a little bit offended. I think that I trust the people that we have in Park City's government, and there's almost zero history of any action that indicates anything other than that. And that's why I was saying I want to keep my powder dry, because I'm a little emotional about it, because I just find it a little bit offensive. And really, I appreciate the work that you guys have done. I think you're bringing us into line with state codes and with codes that are being used by other municipalities, and it works. And yeah, so I'm all for it.
Are you okay with the 6-month review? Okay, you okay with the 6-month review?
Yeah, I just would like to respond briefly. I mean, I do have a lot of respect for the people who work in the government, the municipal and other governments. You know, it's one of those false justifications. Asking questions makes people think you don't support something or that you're making a value judgment, which isn't the case. Good policy lets the people who are the good actors still do their job without inhibiting them, but it prevents the bad actors. And I would contend that, you know, the rosy colored glasses of we don't have problems in this building with bad actors at times is false. And it might not be an endemic issue, but it's an issue. And why not set a policy that would prohibit that kind of behavior? And again, enable everyone who's doing what they should be and doing it well and with good intentions to continue doing it just how they would, even with more leeway. So I would say the framing probably could use a bit of correction there, but the message overall, probably not that far off of why this matters. It's a good practice in business. It's how things should operate. Checks and balances, accountability, and independence are very important concepts, and they're things that we could do a lot better of in this city. I'll leave it at that.
I'll make a motion to approve new business item number 3 as it's written. And
The 6-month review.
and with a 6-month review.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, motion carries. Jeremy, opposed? Hannah. Okay, moving right along here. Tremendous amount of work in that. It's appreciated. The first new business item is consideration to approve ordinance 2023-11, an ordinance approving the 402 and 410 Ontario Avenue plat amendment located at 402 and 410 Ontario Avenue, Park City, Utah.
Good evening, Council. Planner Alex Ananth here with this ordinance, and I'm joined by the applicant, Sean Kelleher, as well as another applicant online, Cameron Stacy. Let me just
Sean, are you the green monster?
share.
Hi, Cameron. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
My screen's a little slow. Great. So this is a proposal to create 2 lots of record from what is currently 3 lots by removing some internal lot lines, and each lot would be 2,800 square feet. And both of these lots are located in the HR1 zoning district. Computer killing me. So 402 Ontario consists currently of lot 1 and then half of lot 2, and it's a vacant lot. And 410 Ontario is half of lot 2 and then lot 3. 410 is improved with a non-conforming duplex. It has some encroachment agreements both with the abutter as well as with the city. And 410 received approval for exactly what they're doing now back in 1997, but they did not end up recording the plat, so that has expired. Both lots would comply with the requirements of the HR1 zoning district, and any structure that is proposed in the future for 402 Ontario must, in addition to, the lot meets the site requirements already, and they would have to go through the HDDR process in the historic district. So we have not received any input on this application. The plat amendment was unanimously recommended to council by the commission in January, and the commission found good cause for the amendment as it removes the internal lot lines and allows for historically compatible development on 402 Ontario Avenue. Furthermore, 410 Ontario had previously received approval for the lot configuration that they are currently proposing. And that wraps up the presentation on this project.
All right. So the applicants, both applicants, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Nothing for me.
Cameron, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Nothing for me. Thank you.
Okay. Council, questions? Nothing? Okay. Let's open public input. If you're joining us online, please go ahead and put your hand up. And if anyone here in the chambers, officer, would like to come up and make a comment, picking on you, I'm sorry. No one in the chambers? Anyone online? Any hands up? There's not. Okay. Then we'll go ahead and close public input. Council comments or a motion?
I'll move to approve new business item number 1.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we'll move on to consider approval of ordinance 2023-12 and ordinance approving the 1150 Park Avenue plat amendment located at 1150 Park Avenue.
Good evening, Council. I'm just here for moral support, but I realized that Virgil Lund, who's next to us, is a planner who's been with us almost 6 months now, but I don't think he's been in front of council before. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to introduce Virgil and let you know that it is his first time in front of council. So,
hi, Virgil. Welcome.
Welcome.
thank you.
Now you can give us your bio and all of that. What's your color?
Oh, I wish I could, but maybe a different time.
All right.
Okay, let's do. Okay, so this is a plat amendment for 1150 Park Avenue. You can see a photo of it there. It is a parcel in the historic residential medium density zoning district. And on February 8th, the Planning Commission reviewed the proposal, held a public hearing, and unanimously forwarded a positive recommendation for City Council's consideration. It is a landmark historic structure on our historic sites inventory. It was built around 1895, and it was actually moved from 663 Woodside in 1947 to where it is now. And it sits on the lot line common to lots 12 and 13. So the proposed plat amendment complies with the zoning district requirements. There are some conditions of approval that Planning Commission recommends. The first one is the applicant shall enter into an encroachment agreement with the city to correct the portion of the accessory building that encroaches 0.2 feet into city-owned property. That is shown on the right there. And also conditions of approval 5 and 6, which require any development on the lot, including additions, shall comply with the LMC, the Land Management Code, in effect at the time an application is submitted, and it cannot increase any nonconformity. So the Planning Commission also recommends conditions of approval to comply with accessory apartment, nightly rental, and parking requirements. Condition of approval 9 in the ordinance shows that nightly rentals are prohibited in the accessory apartment and only allowed in the landmark historic structure. A deed restriction shall be recorded for the accessory apartment requiring long-term rental of at least 90 days. Condition of approval 10, that the property owner shall retain 1 code-compliant parking space per accessory apartment bedroom on the site for as long as the accessory apartment is retained on the property. The property owner has agreed to these conditions of approval. Staff and the Planning Commission finds good cause for removing the lot line comments lots 12 and 13 because the zoning character is retained. No public street or right of way is vacated or amended, and no easement is vacated or amended. The Development Review Committee met and reviewed the proposal and did not identify any issues. This proposal was properly noticed and no public input has been received at this time. So the recommendation is for council to review the proposed 1150 Park Avenue plat amendment, hold a public hearing, and consider adopting ordinance number 2023-12 based on the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and conditions of approval in the draft ordinance. Thank you.
Nicely done. Well, look forward to seeing you back here again.
Thanks.
I've been trying, since I read the staff report, I've been trying to figure out. So I thought that historic structures had to stay on their historic site where they were built. And I know that this one was built in 1885 or whenever it was built and moved in 1947. So can it still be a landmark historic structure just because of its age, regardless of where it started and where it lives now?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
I'll just add to that the fact that it was moved in 1947 also gives it some historical context. It wasn't moved in the 80s or
last
more
year or
recently.
whatever. Yeah. Okay. Thanks. What other questions do people have? Then we'll open this for public input. Is the applicant online or with us?
No.
Okay. Let's go ahead and we've opened the public input. If anyone's here that would like to comment on it, please come on up. If not, are there any hands raised online?
No hands raised, Mayor.
Okay, then we'll close the public input. Council comments or a motion?
Going back to back, move to approve new business item number 2.
Second.
Oh, good job, Tana.
Oh, I know it's a tie. Yeah, I think Tana gets it by a breath. All right. We have a motion. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
No, it's getting to the point I can't sit Max next to anybody here. Okay. Okay, moving right along to new business item number 3, consideration to continue an ordinance amending land management code section 15-2, 13-2 to prohibit fractional use in private residence clubs in Bellevue subdivision phase 1, First Amendment, and Bellevue subdivision phase 2.
Hello.
Hello, welcome back.
Thank you. Yes, the continuation for this application was originally to align with the 3 other applications that we continue to April 27th pending the ongoing study regarding transient uses. However, with the recent legislative session, there will be some changes with these 4 applications when they come back to you on April 27th. So we're working with the with all 4 applicants to decide how to move forward.
Okay. Council, any questions?
Is there any? Well, I look forward to April 27th and seeing what we're left with, because it felt like we're kind of hamstrung a little bit. So I'm looking forward to that. I guess that's not a question.
Oh, we don't have any questions. All right, we're going to open a public hearing on this. Is there anyone here that would like to make a comment on fractional ownership? How about online?
No hands raised, Mayor.
Okay, we're closing the public hearing. Is there a motion?
Your Honor, I move we continue new business item number 3 to April 27th, 2023.
Second.
We have a motion and a second by Becca. Let's go. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. All right, last item on the agenda. We're making progress here. Mr. Dias, the 2023 legislative session update, please. Oh, Michelle, you're doing it. Great.
Someday we will, I believe.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Michelle Downard, resident advocate for Park City Municipal, with the last item on the agenda, which means you're either very excited to see me or a little bit annoyed. So. So we've reached the end. We've reached the end of the legislative session. It's long 45 days, ended last Friday, March 3rd. This year was particularly busy. It felt particularly busy. And so as a note, there were 867 Senate and House bills compared to the average 749 from average of from 2010 to 2022. So 867 versus 749. It was a busy session, and it takes a team to keep track of all the bills that are constantly being filed and the moving parts during these 45 days. And that team includes Mayor Nan Royal, council members Doyley and Panatoli, who are the official council liaisons, Matt Dias, Margaret Plain, and myself as the primary team of city staff who work on tracking the legislative session. But we do receive substantial support from Chief of Police, Chief Building Official, and Public Utility Manager, among others. And I really don't think that there's a department in the city that isn't potentially impacted by a bill that is filed and discussed during the session. In addition to the active participation we have with the Utah League, Utah City Manager Association, Chief of Police Association, among other stakeholder groups. And I really think we are very lucky to have this network of support and working relationships. As you may recall, we had the Senate President visit us during our council meeting at January 5th. And so we are very, very lucky to have these working relationships at the state level. And as mentioned, so bills are constantly moving during these 45 days, including all the way up to the very last day of the session. They're constantly filed and substituted and moving between the House and the Senate. And so I know that we've had updates throughout the session, and in order to be respectful of the time and not going through the entire list or bills that we've already discussed, I thought I might highlight a couple that have local direct impacts that you may see coming back to you in the future for various reasons because of those direct impacts. But of course, if you have specific questions about any bills on the tracking list, we can go through those as well. So with that, wanted to point out on page 5, HB 406, and this is regarding land use development, and it's a broad prohibition on development agreements. And as you may recall, Park City uses development agreements quite a bit and references them. And this actually eliminates the municipality's ability to require those moving forward.
I'm sorry, could you give the bill number again?
Yeah, HB 406, very top of page 5.
Okay, thanks.
And in addition to the development agreement prohibition, it also prohibits local governments from requiring landscape bonds, which we currently do. And so that will be one of the items that comes back to you in the future and will be a likely code amendment.
Sorry, we asking a question?
Sure. Yeah.
Does HB 406 have any implications on Richardson Flats and any potential applications there? Does that kind of feel a little targeted?
No, actually, that's an important question. When this bill first arose and these annexation provisions were included, we work with the League of Cities and Towns and the bill sponsor proactively to ensure that this had nothing to do with the situation that had occurred in Summit County. And so we were able to eliminate that pretty early on in the session, and that was not the source. It was an annexation issue, we're told, down on the Wasatch Front. I think it was 2 northern counties. It did not impact the situation here.
So eliminates development agreements and master plan developments?
So the elimination of the development agreements was actually spurred from some other jurisdictions who were requiring them for even permitted uses
For everything.
for everything.
I mean, very small jurisdictions, and this is the way they were doing their development in the town, even for a single family residence. And the argument was, this is out of control. It was the only way that they knew how to do it. I believe it was some jurisdictions down in southern Utah at the time. So that can't be your only land use tool to achieve development in your community. And it was the singular source at the time, and that was a source of frustration for the development community.
And what happened with the MPD process? They eliminated that as well? And is it for counties and municipalities, or is this just municipalities?
This was just, my recollection is just cities and towns, that this was the only vehicle. This is really the only way that they were applying their code and their land use processes. They were requiring you to do a development agreement on MPD, even on a single family home.
Wow.
And it was cumbersome, labor intensive, and didn't make sense. And so the argument was, no, you had to have alternative means and methods too. That couldn't be your singular method.
So
So we did not impact our ability to use development agreements and MPDs.
This is precisely an example of why sometimes the state comes over the top and does umbrella policies statewide, because there are a handful of bad actors in rural counties or something like that, of which Park City is never a bad actor, ever, ever, ever. Right, Jeremy? Okay, cool.
And look, to be fair, the language in here is Utah League of Cities and Towns supports this bill. This is one of those, they call them the sort of the CHA bills. There's 3 or 4 bills that the League of Cities and Towns representatives worked on throughout the summer, throughout the fall. And this was one of them. It was a lot worse when it started. It was very development centric. And so unfortunately it was a compromise bill, but the alternatives were a lot worse. So the things that you see in here are marked compromises between Property Rights Coalition, Utah League of Cities and Towns, Utah Association of Counties. Took a lot of work to get this bill where it is today. Do we love it? No, not at all. But there were multiple interim sessions, direction from leadership, and this is a compromise bill. And that's a fair word. This is a compromise bill. A lot of people did a lot of work on it, and this is where it ended up.
The next one, just below that, HB 408. This is one that will likely be coming back to you as well. Food truck regulations. So that the language in this code actually was expanded to include all mobile businesses, including goods and services. And so basically you receive a reciprocal license in one jurisdiction and it's recognized throughout the state. And so we will have to be looking at our city code, likely making some amendments. Luckily, the new bill specifically allows jurisdictions to retain their land use regulations and enforce that. But of course, if we have those reciprocal licenses throughout the state, we'll have to identify how we're going to navigate that.
So would this be like mobile dog groomers or something that wanted to come in from another jurisdiction?
Potentially, yeah. Services and goods. Yep.
So I think that's so interesting, but how does the mobile part play into it? Can it be something you only book from your phone? Or no, mobile like moving around.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking app-based for a second. Well,
yeah.
We have been here too long. Wait.
Sorry. No, but I kind of went back and forth because I was thinking, we hired someone to come and remove an ice dam from our house, and I think they were based in Salt Lake, but that's a mobile business. And so many of the people, like almost all of our trades are mobile businesses, like electricians, almost none of, how does that play? I guess we might need some clarification as to what that actually means, because we don't have a lot of trades based in Park City anymore. Almost everyone's coming from Salt Lake or nearby areas. And they are all booked with an app.
Yes. Yes.
Uh-huh.
It's preemptive, deregulates our ability. So there's a significant amount of preemption here.
All app-based businesses too.
All right, and we'll go down, let's see, one more page. SB 174, which amends subdivision processes. And so it puts a lot of teeth into the preliminary subdivision approvals, limits those reviews to one public hearing. And so this will trigger significant changes to the LMC and Park City's process that will be returning to you in the future.
And just so everyone knows, as we're wrapping up the session, Michelle is communicating with a myriad of divisions across the organization, whether it's law enforcement to land use planning, engineering, even the parking department, and saying, hey, this bill was passed. This bill is, hasn't been enrolled yet by the governor. There may be implications to your rules, to your regulations, and to your practices. So we're proactively working with all of our municipal departments to ensure that any new laws that occur, we're following those. We don't want to be one of those community to Councilmember Dornley's point that isn't following the law or a new provision that was put into place, sometimes even unknowingly. Just never like to be that entity in the room when you're at the League of Cities and Towns and they're like, well, who is it? You never want to be that city or town. So we go to fairly great lengths to make sure that we are complying and we're proactive. And some of these will have implications on our stakeholders. There's the one bill in particular, 271 with the fractional ownership bill. So we're being proactive, reaching out to HOAs in some instances. Some other instances, we're reaching out to the Historic Park City Alliance and saying, hey, there's this mobile licensing bill. We should talk about it. So being proactive with stakeholders and then also internally within the organization.
And that's probably a good segue to the next bill directly under that, SB 271, which I think most of us are familiar with at this point. I will say on a positive note that this bill at one point included additional language regarding a specific property in town. That substitute language was removed, but the bill and the regulation for co-owned homes, of course, move forward. And so, as Matt said, we have reached out to the HOAs that have pending applications to make sure that they're aware of their abilities to consider CC&R regulations. And planning will be back to outline the withdrawal and the next steps for the pending ordinance that's currently in place and discuss that with both Planning Commission and Council.
I was going to say at the end, but the team did great work this session, but specifically on this one, just the work that the mayor and Matt and Margaret, and I'm sure others did, was exemplary. I was so impressed by, as a member of the public a year and a half ago, there's no way we can daylight everything that happens and how hard you work. But just the level of skill that was required to get where we got was not an accident. And it was just awesome to watch it happen. So
staff was great. Absolutely great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that's probably a good note to end on. I will say, I do think that we fared reasonably well during the legislative session, in my opinion, right? We're always a little bit scared on what might be coming around the corner. We don't always know what's ahead of us, but in perspective, the fractional ownership bill particularly was a little bit difficult to navigate, but I directly attribute to the fact that we didn't have other additional and more significant impacts to the work of the mayor, the council members, city manager, city attorney, and lots of other staff that are going to stakeholder meetings weekly, often communicating with their counterparts.
Can I ask you, what about the police? Anything that our chief of police was working on? Is there anything of us that we could talk about there? I don't know much about what he was doing.
Wait, snowmobiles don't need license plates? We could all get around on snowmobiles this winter, essentially.
I'm looking for some that might be of particular note.
Yeah, I was going to say it changes every year. Sometimes we have we'll call it like a law enforcement session where we're just really focused on the law enforcement profession, rules, regulations, practices, their retirement programs, ability to carry weapons when they're not on duty, off duty, take home cars, a myriad of issues that are important in the law enforcement industry. This was a relatively quiet session. However, our chief, as you know, is very involved in a leadership position in the Chief of Chiefs Association here in Utah. I think he's been president 2 or 3 times. Every time a president takes another job in San Diego or moves to Philadelphia, they tap Wade, yank him up, and they put him in as the acting director for 6 months. And so a very, very respected chief, knows the governor and the speaker and the Senate president incredibly well, and they draw upon him for his knowledge and experience. But it was a relatively quiet session overall for law enforcement through and through. They're also a very well represented entity. They carry their own lobbyists. They come down in the brass. They have Law Enforcement Day on the Hill, where they bring in, I don't know, 600 or 700 police officers from around the state, and they make sure that their issues are known. They make sure that they're loud and that they're appreciated. And they're a very effective group at the Capitol. And they're a very close friend of the League of Cities and Towns. We will often kind of cross-pollinate when we're lobbying on important issues. Overall, though, to answer your question directly, relatively quiet session this year for law enforcement. There's a few retirement bills, some criminal procedure bills that a little bit probably more in the attorney realm than the actual law enforcement, but a relatively quiet session.
There were a couple of bills related to domestic violence that were strongly supported by the Chief of Police Association that allowed them to perform lethality assessments when they respond to domestic violence calls, and then also create a state database to track those responses.
Nice.
So request, I guess, to know how these apply to us.
What page?
Not
in general.
at the moment, but in the near future. So page 4, HB 364, the housing affordability amendments around increasing low-income tax credits. Curious how that would go. We always say they do nothing good, but SB 173, you can be at an airport bar an hour longer, so that's good.
Go to the staff club.
Yeah, there you go.
They also.
Page 7, HB 224 and 384. Curious how these apply to our interlocal recreation agreements. Seem like these could be a good thing. Then on page 8, SB 118. Since we're actively doing this right now, see if this gives us some more tools in the toolbox. And on the police note, SB 250 was the other one, which is on page
It's on page 9.
9. Thank you. Around scanning license plates and how that would play into our world.
Are you wanting staff to come back with a discussion?
Yeah, just on the,
little
we
more
don't need on the
information on
airport
this.
one.
Maybe just
that one.
send you a written communication or something, written update.
Yeah, so on 364, 224, 384, you got them? Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Michelle, you've been awesome throughout this entire legislative session. So thank you for all your diligence, putting all this together. I know it's not an easy task, but we really appreciate you doing that. Okay. Motion to move into closed
So moved.
Second,
for property.
still second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
We are in closed.